Greetings. Let's start the game. Oh. Well, somebody else received your aid. I'm sure they deserved it just as well, probably more than I do. But hello there, Magna. How are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Alright, we don't have another special episode, so we're just gonna jump into the main game. Twerk. You're doing okay? I'm glad to hear that. Though very tired and kind of want to take a nap. Well then, I hope that you are capable of, like you have the time to take a nap. Get some good rest for the rest of the day. And I need to figure out what the hell I'm supposed to do right now. Okay, I think the inventory is normal. I do have this scarf on. I'm not really missing anything. I have apples, I have orange berries, max elixir, some orbs, one heal seed at least. Seems pretty standard. I mean, I could put these scarves away, but whatever. You don't have any obligations today, so you should do some chores and cleaning at some point. Yeah, at some point. TM. Oh yeah, we can put away the money. I am doing an achievement run. Although I am not sure if I'm gonna go for all the achievements, because in this game it's quite a lot. Getting all the Pokémon, and there seem to be some pretty hard challenges. We can actually take a look at it together. Just quickly do this. That's the wrong button. There we go. Alright. So, and then we're just gonna sort after one by least. So this gives us an indication of what the hardest or most tedious achievements are. Oh, there's another special episode. Wait, we already did that one. Oh, it just shows me the ones that I already have at first. There we go, those are the ones. 128 achievements, yep. And we only have 40, and this is the 12th time that I'm playing this game on stream. So, gives you an indication of how long this might take if I went for every achievement. So yeah, so they're all floors to reach top of Destiny Tower. There are some dungeons that have 99 levels or something like that, and my god, how long that would take. And also, of course, recruit all Pokemon in the game. I don't know how hard that Destiny Tower is. Might be probably really hard as balls. Of course, Destiny Tower is an achievement. I am concerned about the tone of your message. I assume that I'm correct that the Destiny Tower is hard as hell. And then apparently recruit Kecleon is very difficult? Question mark. We currently have, however, there is one more missable achievement. And we unlocked Sky Peak just recently. And it says reach the top of Sky Peak with Shaman without returning down to the village. 1 session. And this is missable, apparently. So I have to remember that. 99 floor dungeon where you are reset to level 5 and no items. Ooh boy. Sounds fun. And no items too. And I gotta have some really good Pokemon for that then. And a lot of luck. But you know, I'll just keep on playing. And as long as I'm having fun, I keep on going. And if I at some point feel it's getting too much, it's too tedious, I just stop. As simple as that. I don't have the mega urge to complete all the achievements, and I cannot sleep if I don't do that. I know some people who are like that, and they have my deepest condolences. They have gone through torture just to get some certain achievements. Not necessarily for RetroAchievements, but you know, just in general. And yeah, I'm not like that. If I feel like I'm just not having a good time, I'm just torturing myself, then what is the point? But I understand that people are different, they tick differently, and so that's just how it is. I also get a bit stubborn at times, I do have to say. You can only embark with one Pokemon. Okay, so it has to be like one super powerful legendary Pokemon that I choose. You usually go for achievements after you have gone through the game as much as possible. Yeah, this is what I'm doing pretty much here. I'm just playing the game normally, casually. With some achievements in mind, like kept track of the missable achievements. So in RetroAchievements there are the missable ones, and as the name suggests, if you don't do them, you might be locked out of being able to do those achievements. And that would mean you would have to go back and start the game again and play through it again in order to get those achievements. Which would suck. So that's why I kept track of those at least. But the other ones, the non-missable achievements, I didn't really take a look at them. I didn't even care that much. And I just let it come to me, and whatever achievements I get, and whichever I didn't, I might get them later. As simple as that. So, yeah, let's save. Because we put 2 items into the storage. This is very safe, Rofi. So, alright, I wanna see what this Sky Peak is all about. So we need to go to the Shaman village. Looking quickly at those achievements, a lot of them seem to be late post-game stuff. Yeah. I think I basically completed the main story. We got credits and everything. So I assume this is post-game content. Well, this is cute. So, this is Shaman Village, huh? and pretty peaceful.
Welcome to Shaman Village. It's nice to meet you. My name is Shaman. I live here in the village. Then again, all the residents of the village are Shaman. That makes it hard to tell us apart, doesn't it?
Nice to meet you. We're team... the what?
Did you come to climb Sky Peak too? Team... the what? Huh?
Yep, that's it. So I bet you know this mountain pretty well.
That's right. I lived here for a very long time. We're here to guide travelers up the mountain. But we haven't actually done that in quite some time. That is, the earthquake that happened here some time ago destroyed the mountain path that led there. So explorers from outside couldn't get here very easily, and they stopped coming. We were pretty surprised when the survey team walked into our little village.
Really? I see. That explains why this place has only been talked about in legends and nobody's come to visit. Oh yeah, speaking of legends, is it true that there is an incredible treasure hidden here? One that rivals all other treasures?
What do you think? Our job is not limited to simply acting as your guides. But in the end, those climbing the mountain must discover some things for themselves. We are merely assigned to assist in those discoveries.
Really? I'm not sure I get it, but I think there is more to it than just that.
That's right. And by the way, now that we've discussed all this, if you're interested, I could be your guide. What do you think? For some reason, while talking to you, team... The what? I've begun to really want to climb the mountain with you.
Really? That's nice of you to offer. Hey, what do you think? Should we let Shaman join us? Sure. Okay, just double mega hyper check. It says with Shaman, yes, not without Shaman. So there we go.
Yeah. Okay, I'll be waiting at the mountain path entrance for you. The mountain path is straight ahead from here. Please come once you've finished your preparations. See you later.
I'm hurrying to get prepared. Please be patient with me a little longer. Hi dear travelers, this is Shaman Delivery Service, but right now we are in the middle of opening preparations. Please come back later. Welcome to Shaman Village. We haven't had this many guests since we had that earthquake so long ago. There's not much here to see, but feel free to take your time. We can't request a friend rescue on Sky Peak because the path was destroyed by an earthquake, so I've heard. Sky Peak is quite inaccessible, I've been told. I wonder what could be found at the summit. Oh, I'm so excited. Sometimes you can find secret rooms in places on the mountain. If you find a mysterious stairway, you should climb it and see. You go straight from here and won't miss the mountain path. Sure. The flower that blooms here is called the Gracidea. Gracidea. Something like that. It's a very special flower for us. I'm a Choke. I'm the leader of the Team Foreign Frontier Project Peace survey team. If you're ever in trouble, just let me know. I'm Mayval, the member of the Team Frontier, the survey team. It's kind of difficult getting up here. When we found the Shaman village, we jumped for joy. Tee-hee. Awareness just vanished. And that's why I just can't stop exploring. Tee-hee-hee. The legendary treasure will be claimed by Sneasel. Sneasel Snoozle. It's ready, let's go. Alright. Save. And I guess we go. Wait, actually... Okay, everything's still fine. Everything is still fine and dandy. Well, never mind. Oh, I need to get rid of it. One Pokemon. Okay, that will be the Electrite, or whatever it was called. Trike. Stand by. And we have Sina Doom with us. Sina Doom. Hehe. What a cheerful little toot. What kind of TM is this? Rest. Do not care. Total items on this floor 7. Oh, does Shaman have an ability that tells me that? Probably cannot get any status yet. Okay. Okay. Oh. How dare you? Cena leveled up. Getting a lot of stats. Nice. Ouch! And it cost me my box. Oh dear.
You're almost to the first station clearing. You can do it. Is the first station clearing. Skypick has resting areas labeled 1st through 9th station. The 10th station is of course the summit. The road ahead is long, so let's take it in stages.
Oh no! I completely forgot to bring the Oranberry. I'm so forgetful. Sure. Give you an Oranberry. Woohoo! For me? Really? You're a great friend. I'll find a way to pay you back. Oh, that's right here. This is the best item I have with me right now. The escape orb. Wow. Please take this as a token of my gratitude. I don't care. It was so very much not worth it.
You're really nice, aren't you? Mountain climbing is to give and take. We should help others when they're in trouble. What do you think is the greatest secret treasure of all, darlings? I bet it's sparkling, golden, something.
So, sure. Mercury keeps saying gold, 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 and I'm getting sick of it. I would rather find some stylish and elegant treasure.
It makes me a little nervous that I can't rely on a friend rescue here, but in a way it has a certain thrill to it.
Did you already find out? There's a rumor that this mountain hides many places. Let's not save, because we need to do this in one session, actually. So, yeah. Alright, keep on going. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Another shoppe. I was worried that bringing 2 apples with me might not have been enough. But it's nice to see that my PP resets every time when I get to a resting area. Roselia. Oh. I don't think that there is a name on my list of Pokemon Reservation. Nope. Just by the way, as a reminder, there is a Pokemon Reservation redeem, so you can do that. And the next Pokemon that will join our team will be named after you. There's nobody on the list right now, so no nickname for them. Celia. Goodbye. Ouchies. Well, there goes Cinnamon. Fucking earthquake, man. Why was it defaulting to sword dance just suddenly? Okay, let me go ahead. Shift this down. We're back over here. Fantastic. Just ticker. Reviver seed, that's good. Ouch. There is a work task that has popped up. Trying to get it right now. It's taking a while. Just trying to get it. Wait a second, please. Wait a second, please. No, please. I beg of you. There we go. I got it. Okay, let's keep on playing a little bit longer. Confuselwuselt. Alright. Okay, the stairs are over there then. Ouch. Big ouchies. Gonna make sure that nobody steps on it again. Getting hungry already. And I'm not having great luck with finding the rooms quickly. There we go. We got an apple, that's good. The second station. Wonderful.
Wow, incredible. This is... Hey, we're the surf.
Hey, we're the surfing team of Project P. Team Frontier. This is a huge tall mountain, you know, so rescue missions can't be done. So we have built a base at the second station clearing. We've set the Kangaskhan Rock and Drift Blim gondola, so be sure to use them. Project P's recycle shop is covering it all too. Everything's free.
The mountain is so beautiful.
Alright, I'm going to take a short break to get some work done. It's gonna take about 15 minutes. In the meantime, you can watch a random video of mine. So I hope you enjoy. We'll be back soon.
Hey there, and welcome to my tutorial about how to draw or paint oak trees. These might be the most standard trees you could think of, but they're not boring at all, quite the contrary. You can do so many different things with them, it's really a lot of fun. I'm mainly focused on the white oak, or Quercus alba in Latin, because there were 600 different oak species and I cannot possibly cover all of them, of course. If you want to paint a different kind of oak tree, you can still apply most of the techniques that I show you in this video, and you just have to figure out the differences. At first we're sketching out the trunk, and it comes in all sorts of shapes. It can be wider or more narrow, a bit warpy or just straight up. And then I'm sketching out the general shape of the tree, which is normally wider than tall. Of course there can be some exceptions, but for the most part this would be the most basic form of an oak tree. Of course it can also be a bit narrower, but it won't get too far away from the 1:1 ratio. However, it can be up to 50% wider than tall. So this kind of looks like a turned around strawberry or peach of some sorts, with the edges being very smooth and round. It doesn't have a pointy top of some sorts. Also, the distance between the ground and the bottom of the foliage is normally very short. You can also bring in some asymmetry as long as it makes sense weight balance wise, and also you can divide the basic shape into several smaller ones, like so. Here's a sketch that I prepared beforehand to have something better looking, and yeah, I've kept it very minimalistic. However, it is up to you how many details you put into your sketch. So the sketch will be erased, but the next step will remain. I'm already using some paint that will stay at the end, therefore I'm using this kind of very rough textured brush and only very lightly apply the pressure. And dropping in some random shapes in order to sketch out the leaf clusters. Now what are the leaf clusters? Well, the leaves are not distributed evenly, but are grouped together in these so-called clusters. And so I'm painting these random leaf clusters in all sorts of sizes and shapes. Of course this shape should be still somewhat contained and shouldn't be like all crazy and wrinkly and whatnot and stringy, like this doesn't make sense. You also don't have to follow the guideline perfectly. You can paint outside or leave some gaps in between. It is completely up to you, and bring in some variety into your painting. You can see that I'm already using a very dark color, and so let me talk about that. It is highly recommended that you either start with the darkest or the brightest color at first and work yourself towards the other direction. It also depends on the tool you're using. If you're using watercolors, colored pencils, or pastel chalks, then normally the darkest colors are more dominant, and therefore it is better if you start with the brightest ones. But if you're using, for example, oil paints, you can do it the other way around, with the brighter color sticking to the darker one. And of course, if you're using digital media, then it is completely up to you. I personally like to start with the darkest color, because this way it is easier for me to get the shapes and the overall brightness right. And so let me show you what I already have prepared. There we go, this looks much better than what I was doing. And in general, this is how the tutorial will go. I will show you in between the steps what you need to do and all the techniques, and then when I'm done explaining, I show you the actual finished step. Not only is it more time efficient, but it also makes it easier for me to show you something that actually looks good. Also, let me say that I'm painting these leaves on one singular layer. I'm giving myself this limitation in order to get closer to traditional methods. This way I'm making sure that not only those that are using digital media can benefit from my videos, but everybody. In this next step we want to put down some actual color. I have a brush here that is very rough, like dropping a bunch of little dots in that should imitate the leaves. And for the foliage of oak trees, the leaves are not really orientated in any sort of special way. They're not like pointing up or just hanging down like so, but it's more random, and therefore we will just do some circular movements or just simply tap in here in order to get the right texture. But before we start to paint, we want to think about where the light comes from. In our case, it will be coming from the top left
and slightly from the front.
Therefore, the bottom right and the back part of the tree will be the darkest. So we want to basically focus for the most part on these parts. Just drop in a bunch of dark color. The darkest spots should be quite dense, but as we get closer and closer to the brighter areas, we just decrease the density to the point where we just straight up leave out the brightest clusters over here on this edge. So we fill out these leaf cluster shapes that we've sketched out before, and you can see we have some gaps in between those shapes. We want to fill out these gaps in between here too, but not completely, just partially. We want to keep the shape of these leaf clusters at least somewhat. Also, there can be holes here and there in the foliage because, again, the tree is not a perfect solid shape, but there are some spots here and there where you can actually look through.
One thing you also want to do at this stage is to plan out where you want to leave some holes in the front layer of the leaves.
What do I mean with that? Well, you can imagine that the leaves are separated into two layers. The back part, that is the furthest away from the viewer, and the front part, which is, well, closer. In our case, our front layer will be brighter than the back part. Therefore, if we plan out some holes in the front layer, we will straight up see the dark leaves in the background. So let's say we take this general area around here, and we want to make sure that there is enough dark paint and enough dense paint around here, because we will barely or not at all go back around this area to put down more color in the later stages, because we want to avoid painting the brighter color into this area. And so we have plenty of dark color put down at the bottom right, and also the areas leave some holes in the front layer. Now it is time to pick out the next color in our palette. And let me talk about it in general. So we started with a very dark blue-green, and as we go to the left here, you can see that the hue shifts more to a yellow. Of course, you can just go ahead and only use green, a dark green to the bright green. But if you add more like a blue in the darker areas and a yellow to the bright ones, you bring in more color variation. These colors have some moods about them. The blue is more cooler, as are the shadows, and the yellow is warmer, and by using it, it makes the tree look like it's standing outside in the bright sunlight. So I highly recommend that you're using these colors. And what we do now is we fill out the rest of these leaf cluster shapes, and also put down some extra paint here in the darker areas and define where the light hits these clusters and where are the shadows going to end up. So this is basically what you want to do. You just fill out these upper left parts of the leaf clusters with the brighter color and leave out the bottom right for the shades. But of course you don't exactly perfectly follow it. You can just go ahead and drop in some extra little details into the darkest areas, and you don't have to exactly follow the leaf cluster shapes that we sketched out before. Just drop in here and there some little extra details. It is completely up to you. And in the end it will look something like this. Around here the density is not very high yet, but this will be changed by adding the brighter colors. And you can see that I left this spot here very dark. I barely put in the brighter color. And we pick the next brightest color, and as we get brighter and brighter, especially in the center part and here the bottom part, we just want to very lightly tap into the tree. Not only gives it a better leaf texture, but we don't want to put down too much paint, like too strong, otherwise it would look out of place. And we just straight up ignore this area here. And what you can do, which I already partially did over here, is to add little extra details to the border. Some little floating leaves that are not necessarily connected to anything. You really don't have to be a perfectionist about it. Just drop in some random floating leaves here and there, and it brings more variety and more shape to your overall tree. You basically can do that in the center part here too, like as I described before, just add in some random spots where there are some brighter areas, and it makes it much more interesting looking. And so you can see it is getting brighter and brighter, especially here at the top. And we're just gonna go ahead and tap in the next brightest colors. And when we have these little floating leaves, make sure that they also have the correct color according to the brightness they are facing. Especially here we have some darker color still. We don't want to go ahead with the brightest one, otherwise it would be out of place. But up here it is totally fine. And you can see that the top here is getting very dense, and is in general what you want to do. You keep the center and the top of the tree very dense and don't leave too many gaps in between. However, here on the sides you can go ahead and make it more scattered looking. And now we have the bright yellow color. Just very lightly tap in the details and they shimmer in the sunlight and makes the tree so much warmer looking. I really love it. And this is the final result for the foliage that I painted. Now we finally get to the wood part of the tree and put everything together. I have here a brush that is very solid. We're gonna straight up use this one. As for the color, we have some dark gray. It can have also some brown in it. So it's like a dark orange. And not very saturated dark orange. But this is basically just very dark because the tree is very dense. casts a lot of drop shadows, and therefore the wood part would be complete in the shadows and therefore appear very dark. Now I need to be careful because I'm getting closer to the leaves, and I'm switching back to this brush here that I used for painting the leaves, and just very lightly tap in there. I'll also like partially tap right into the leaves, but very lightly. We just want to make sure that it's still dark enough overall, but we want to retain the shape of these leaves. We don't want to destroy it, and have a nice transition from the wood to the leaf parts. And here the hole that we left before is the perfect spot for our trunk to grow. We can make it very warped looking, it has curves around very widely, and I'm not worrying too much about these transitions now because it would take too much time, but we will see it in the end how it's gonna look. And so this is the main branch, the main trunk, and from there we will operate and let the other branches grow out. And what we want to do is generally to make sure that the leaves are all holed up. The branch will grow towards their direction, and there will be smaller branches that are growing out of it and hold all of these clusters up and make sure that they're not just floating around. For example, now I want to have this group here being held together by one branch, and so there will be one hiding behind the leaves and growing out, and have a bunch of smaller branches. And in general, you want to have the branches go thinner and thinner. You don't want to have any too sudden of a jumps, like there wouldn't be a small twig growing out of the trunk, for example. And also you won't see too many small branches or even twigs, because they will be hidden for the most part by the leaves after all. As for the direction in which they grow in general, you can remember the rule that they want to have their leaves reach up into the sunlight. Now if you have already a branch that is at the very top of the tree, it doesn't have to worry too much, and therefore it can just grow in any direction it wants to, as long as it's not like straight down, of course. However, if we're down here at the bottom, the big branch normally just grows to the side, and the smaller branches can reach up. They are not too heavily pulled down by the gravity. And so we have a bunch of smaller branches that grow up like this and help the leaves to tank as many sunlight as they need. It's very hard for me to paint decently live, so here is the prepared version. It looks much better now, and you can see everything is being held together. Now if I would have wanted to keep the number of branches at least somewhat realistic, it would look much more chaotic like that. There are hundreds and hundreds of branches in reality that these oak trees have. However, in a painting or drawing, it can get overwhelming very quickly to the point where it just doesn't look good. So my advice is, if you get to a point where it looks like everything is held together, especially the front layer of the leaves, then that's about the time where you can just stop adding more branches. Not only do you save time like that, but you also make it so much less confusing for the viewer. There are of course other ways to add in the branches. For example, you could have started from the very beginning with drawing the branches, or you paint at first the back layer of the leaves, then the branches and the trunk, and then the front part of the leaves. For any method there are some ups and downs. For example, here in this case I was able to freely drop in the leaves and the leaf clusters however I wanted and be very liberal about it. And then at the end I had to adjust the branches to the leaves. However, if you start with the branches at first, you have to adjust the leaves to the branches. So it comes down to personal preference, I would say. Now one last thing we want to do is we want to drop in some brighter areas for the tree. Now we just go barely one step brighter. We don't really want to make it too bright, but adding a lighter area, a lighter side where the sun at least a little bit shines on, can give the tree more three-dimensionality. What do I mean with that? We can decide in which way the branches are growing, more to the front or to the back. Let's take this branch for example. I have here the brighter areas on the trunk on the upper and lower side. And now what do we need to do? Well, if we decide that this branch grows to the back, and you simply connect that light area as if this branch just doesn't exist. You just...
Alright. We're the backup team for Project P. Yes, we are. We are here for support for everyone's explorations. Over there is one of those unubiquitous Kangaskhan rocks. Make sure to store anything valuable that you don't want to lose. Yes. Nice. We do have access to our storage. So that's good. That's very good. We have lots of apples. All right. How about we actually take an oran berry? We gave one away. This is Driflim's gondola. It's really handy transportation connecting Shaman village to the bases. Right now it's only connected to the second station clearing and the village. Once a new base is established, we should be able to travel there. Hehehe. Okay, so never use Drifblim. Got it. Okay, and we still don't save. Oh, another work task? Right after that one? Okay. Well, I'm gonna play for a couple more minutes and then there will be another break. Well, that's just how it's gonna go sometimes. That's just how it is sometimes. Sometimes you just can't escape. Sometimes there's no escape. You're also using natural gifts, huh? But mine's better. Ouch. Oh, great. All items have been turned into Pokémon. Well, there goes my items. There's a shoppe. In shoppe. Pop. Oh, you actually escaped. Huh? You get to live another day. Lucky you. Oops. No. Gone Pebble. Where has it gone? Another level? Nice. Nothing over here. Of course, it's the last room. Well, there might be another room in the middle. Hope it's not that one. Just Let's just walk through the walls. Okay, I'm just gonna go. I'm just gonna go. The others are gonna be fine, I hope. You collected it for me. Very nice. So let me just walk over here. There we go. Oh, it's a monster house. Well. In that case, what shall we use? Petrify? Old, petrify them. Well, we have 2 of those, so use one of them. Okay, that one guy did not get affected. That's fine. There's a nasty trap. Of course, Shaman, you needed to walk right on it. Stop it. Don't you dare. Next. What shall be this guy? And it has been cleared. The music is still going on, but now it has stopped. And we reached the 3rd station.
Third station clearing. By the way, did you happen to find any treasures called sky gifts when we were climbing? A sky gift is a special kind of treasure that can only be found at Sky Peak. As the name indicates, it's a gift that should be given to others. You never know what's in it until it's opened. It's a mysterious treasure. But if it's opened by the one who found it, then it's completely empty. So be careful, hehe.
Is this some kind of online trading thing?
It said that if you send a sky gift as a token of thanks, whoever receives it will be very happy. Why don't you send the sky gift to those who have helped you?
Probably is. Sky gifts. Speaking of, one of my friends is celebrating a birthday soon. I should give them one as a present. It's a little strange, a treasure that has to be given as a gift. I don't know whether to be happy about it or not. It's not like you get to keep what's inside. Wow. No, what am I saying? What a greedy point of view. I'm ashamed to be so selfish. But you know who shouldn't be ashamed? It's Mysteria for getting 1st place. Hello. How are you doing? I was thinking that sky gift was some kind of a joke, but it was completely empty when I opened it. But I was wrong. Putting your heart into a gift of a treasure. Sounds nice, huh? Sure. There's the Sableye again. Sky Gift. It isn't really treasure. There's no point in treasure if you don't get to keep what's inside yourself.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow.
Okay. I'm doing the mountain. Yep. I'm doing the sky peak. I'm peaking. But I need to take a break once again because work popped up. So we'll be back in about 15 minutes. Sorry about that.
Hey there, and welcome to this tutorial about how to draw cheetahs. Among all the different cats that I drew so far, these slender running machines have the most distinct and fascinating anatomy, in my opinion. They are amazing and majestic animals, and therefore quite a pleasure to draw. So let's get right to it. Thank you. I'm starting with the head. We're going to look at it from the side. So I'm drawing this oval shape here at first. To explain why I draw an oval shape and not a circle, let me show you their skull. You can draw an oval around the skull, and it is a fairly close approximation. From the front, the shape would look more circular. It is of course not perfect, we will need to make some corrections. However, I personally find it easier to comprehend than drawing a circle and adding the snout in front of it. I would say it's just personal preference, do whatever works best for you. Next up are the center lines, which are quite helpful for placing all the facial features that we need. And I'm drawing both vertical and horizontal center lines. I made these two sketches of the face from the front and side. They will be helpful when I explain the facial structures. One helpful thing is adding this line here from the intersections at the side that will help us determine the position of the eyes. And this angle here is quite small. Then I simply start with the nose right here, draw this triangle shape. Compared to other big cats, this nose is fairly small actually. And we leave a small gap between this bottom here and the intersection of the center lines. And this triangle is very close to this intersection here. Then I draw the nose bridge, which basically follows the same direction as the center line here, until we touch this line. And then I simply curve up to draw these indications for where the eyes are going to be. Then I draw a small line downwards and this upside down Y shape, curve around and touch this corner of the nose. The same on the other side. I'm stretching a bit further back and then curve around. To adjust the head shape, here I'm subtracting quite a lot. Then draw over the oval shape just ever so slightly and turn around until we touch the oval shape once again, and this part is fairly flat. The chin also is slightly drawn over the guidelines. As for the ears, what I like to do is start from the middle of the eyes and draw these curves that are parallel to the center line here. And very close to the back of the head, right here, would be the inner corner of the ear. We draw a straight line at an angle, and the top of the ear would be slightly above the top of the head. And then we curve around all the way and leave a gap right down here. We are not connecting once again with the oval shape. On the other side, the same thing. This ear is also pointing towards the front. You might have noticed that the drawing looks different now. That is because I've prepared versions of the drawings to ensure that I provide good looking and accurate results for you. Now we move on to the rest of the body, starting with a simplified skeletal structure. It is mainly for defining the general pose and proportions for the drawing, and later we add more details. For comparison purposes, here is a simple drawing of a cheetah's skeleton. To get the proportions right, I will take the head length as a reference size. So the length of the initial oval shape, plus a little bit extra because we look at it from the side. At first I draw the neck, which is slightly shorter than the head length. And in this case the cheetah will have its head raised, probably because it's attentive.
Here would be the shoulders, and then we curve towards the back. The spine is quite flexible and can curve a lot, but for the pose that we want to draw, a simple standing pose, this straight line is enough. The length of the spine is about 3.5 times the head length. That is quite a lot, but the reason is simply because their head is so small. I'm also going to draw the body slightly from the side, therefore the spine appears slightly shorter. Continuing with the shoulder blades, which are about the same length as the head length. While standing straight, the shoulder blades are pointing forwards while the upper legs are angled backwards again. Both the upper and lower legs are slightly longer than the head length. Some small lines for the feet, and here some placeholders for their paws. Now back here is the hip, and for that I normally draw this curve that points backwards, and here we have the joint. Now the hip is one singular bone, therefore the both sides cannot move independently from each other, different from the shoulder blades. Now one thing you can do, if you already know where the ground is, which would be along this line here, is starting with the feet at first, and then you work yourself upwards. So for example, I place one foot over here, and the other one right here. Then I draw these parts here for the feet, and the angle is actually predefined, because it depends on where they are in relation to the hip. The further they are at the front, the angle of this part here will become more horizontal, and while it's at the back, it can be angled completely vertical, or even beyond that. The rest is just a simple matter of connecting the dots, but for that purpose you need to know how long the upper and lower legs are. The upper legs are almost 1.5 times the head length, and the lower legs are slightly shorter than that. So you just simply need to draw the lines until you find the sweet spot where both sides, both the upper and lower legs, are the correct size. Then of course do not forget the tail, which, if they are relaxed, is just simply curving down like so. And the tail can be even longer than the spine. How'd you do that? And one last thing you can do, which is optional, is to draw an indication for the rib cage, which starts above the knees and then connects with the middle of the spine, like so. It can be helpful, but is not necessary. And here is the prepared version of the complete first sketch. The second stage will add more details and structure. Once again, I'm starting with the nose, here a small V shape, then these straight lines up at a slight angle, and from the nose corner I draw this small wave shape, curving around, and I add this shade, which stretches up all the way up the nose corner, because there is still a small gap. The same on the other side too, but much flatter, because we look at it from the side. Do not forget the small line here. And then in the middle of this line here, I'm starting to draw a very flat wave shape for the top of the nose. I'm curving around, I'm not drawing a sharp corner, and simply draw the nose bridge. On this side here, however, I will leave it blank. To explain their eyes a bit more in detail, I made a super close-up drawing. So a couple of things to consider. Firstly, the eyelids have a certain thickness, so you have this dark skin that adds some depth. Make that skin appear extra shiny, since it's not supposed to be dry. The pupils are circular, unlike smaller cats'. Also, the pupil and iris are on a flat plane, with the round, transparent cornea in front. This adds some extra depth, which you can emphasize by using shadows. And as for the iris color, it is basically orange, or you could call it amber colored. So I'm starting with the inner eye corner, which is slightly drawn inwards, and then the upper lid. And depending on how you draw it, maybe flat or round, you can decide the emotional state. If you draw it rather flat, then it could be relaxed or tired, but if you draw it very round and open, then it could be excited, playful, or maybe even terrified. Here I keep it relatively flat, and next up I draw from this corner here a circular shape, which is cut off at the top. You can also cut off parts of it at the bottom if the eye is very narrow. And at the bottom, once again, I start from the inner eye corner and curve around and draw the lower eyelid. Now this is important. you want to leave a small gap, ever so slightly, small gap, which is wider on this side here, simply because we look at this eye from the right side. Therefore the left will be more visible, while here on this side it will be simply blocked by fur. Of course, don't forget the pupil, which side depends on how bright it is in the surroundings. And we do the same on the other side. But in this case it is also cut off by the nose bridge, so we need to take that into consideration. Next up, I'm drawing the mouth. At first, this small line here, and then I can add a bit more curvature to this front part here, if I want to, and the rest is basically the same. But here I'm not drawing the whole shape, but I stop basically at the mouth corner. As for the chin, I can draw this kind of corner right here, and then basically follow the same shape again. And as for the whiskers, the rows where they grow out of are very faint. They barely can be seen. And then the whiskers themselves, some small lines and some larger ones, mostly curve in the same direction, but some of them can also curve in another way. Now with this sketch, I'm not teaching you anything about drawing open mouths and their teeth. Therefore I made another sketch, a yawning cheetah with its mouth wide open. You can tell that they yawn by their eyes being closed, the tongue stretched forward with the tip curved up. If it would be growling, then it would expose its upper teeth much more, and the nose bridge would wrinkle up. The teeth structure is basically the same for all cats, large and small. 6 incisors and 2 canines on each side. Then you have a gap which is larger at the bottom, followed by the premolars and the molars at the very back. These are more like chunks of teeth, which get progressively larger the further they are located at the back. If you want to draw an open mouth, it is a matter of first of all knowing where the joints are located. They would be right here, closely behind the center, in the lower back quarter of the head. If drawing from the side, you curve down from the nose, stay relatively flat, until you get to the mouth corner, strongly curving down, and then progressively get flatter. Also, I'm sorry if these sketches made you yawn. Alright, back to the sketch. Here I'm continuing drawing the head shape. There would be the ear, and this one, at least outer lines, are mostly unchanged, but inside we add more hair. At first at the side, this curved hair, a little bit on the other side too, but less. And in the middle we have these strands of long fur. Then following along the top of the head, and here we have the other ear. First, a small corner right here, with maybe a little bit of fur. Then, following mostly the same curvature once again, but here we have a corner, right here, and some extra skin that is overlapping each other, because right here is a key point where they fold their ear backwards. And once again, some fur on the sides, some strands in the middle, and also add a bit of shade to indicate the ear hole, and continuing the fur downwards. You can also add some details here and there, especially along the forehead. You have this kind of ridge. Once again, here is the prepared version, looking much better. And now I'll continue with the body, starting with the paws. At first, I draw these small oval shapes as a basic simplification. Then, these indications for the individual toes, right here, and there will be 4, but from this side we can only see 2 or 3. Then add some shape over here too. It is not flat at the top, but it has more shape. And then, right in the middle of these toes, we have the small lines, and the claws grow out of it. It's very small, so you probably cannot see it very well, but you will see it much better very soon, I can tell you. I skipped ahead and drew the other ones too, because they are mostly drawn the same way. Since you cannot see the underside and other details of the paws from this pose and angle, I made some additional sketches. So, as I described before, start with drawing a long oval shape, and section off the front into 4 parts. The bottom should be flattened. The paw pads can also be simplified with small ovals. Only the large paw pad is a bit more complex. I normally draw this long oval at first and put these angled rectangular shapes next to it. Just keep in mind that these individual elements can overlap each other. Front paws have additional things to add. They have the dew claws back here, which kind of is like their thumbs. It also comes with a small pad. And also the carpal pad further up the ankle and by comparison quite large. The back paws don't have dew claws or carpal pads, and the pads are slightly larger. Now switching to the second stage of my sketch with more details. I added some pointed tips to the 4 paw pads at the front. The center pad instead has the tip subtracted, so you draw a small wave shape. Also some short lines as indications of the round shape. The fur isn't all that long after all, so their paw pads are still fairly exposed. Some of the fur is still in front of them, depending on the view angle. Cheetahs are incapable of retracting their claws, so you have to draw these two coming out of the center of the toes. They are hook-shaped and kind of dull, which also has to do with the fact that their claws are constantly extended. The general oval shape is mostly retained, just some small adjustments are required. That is, as long as you are not trying to draw a paw with its toes spread out. Alright, continuing with the sketch once again, and here I'm going to build upwards, starting with this foot part here, and then the lower leg. They have very slender legs, so keep that in mind. This part here is curving around the knee, and at the top it is slightly wider. Also, the carpal pad right about here would be sticking out. Then the next part, curving around, and this one is larger than the one for the lower leg. And then the shoulder, like so. I skip the head once again because the other side is drawn the same way. We draw the neck by starting from the bottom of the chin all the way down, and you can actually also add some indications of the bone and muscle structure, make it a bit bumpy. And the other side we draw from the top of the head down towards the shoulders. And the shoulders can stick out quite significantly depending on the distribution of weight. If a lot of weight is focused on just one leg, then the shoulder can stick out quite a lot. Following the spine for the back, as simple as that. And as for the back legs, here at first this foot part, which is quite thin and has a constant thickness this time. And then a sharp corner, which extends quite a lot, almost halfway. Same way over here too. Curving around, and then reconnecting and forming this kind of S shape therefore. So the lower leg is actually quite slender, but the upper leg has much more muscle. And then also the hip, of course. All of these shapes are actually supposed to indicate a strongly oversimplified version of the muscle packs.
Alright, finally done. Hello, Knopsor and Vinsanti. Hello, how are you doing? You both? Get some shouty outies. You know what happens?
You have no power here. Naps Zero R, the Grey.
And also, congratulations, Knappi for the second place and Vinsantingle for the third one. Alright. Let me drink a little bit. Ah. Okay. And we keep on going. We haven't used any items yet. We haven't found that many either. It's fine then. Whoa! Jesus fucking Christ. How dare. Was it a crit or something? Let me see. Yeah, it was a crit. Poison sting. Oh, God. My God! Another monster house. Hello. Let's do this again. Let's petrify them all. Petrified again right after. Perfection. Ouch. Okay. Did it get hurt in some kind of other way? Well, anyways. I'm poisoned. Oh, great. Does it hit random? Oh, it's because my guy's tanking. And he's defeated. And Shamin's also defeated. Wow, just one Roselia. One fucking Roselia. Yeah, that means reset. And was very unlucky. And it also means we're gonna just cruise through this in fast forward mode. Yes, yes. Ah, dang it. It's still set up the wrong way. Wrong move. There we go. How delightful. Oh, great. Getting pushed while having that scarf on means I'm just gonna get pushed into nothingness. Amazing. Oh, and they are already at the exit. Let me get there quickly. Can you kill it, please? They're both confused. Of course they are. Just wow. Okay, just... What the hell was that? Getting pushed into nothingness, then they fight against one Pokemon and both get confused. And don't hit anything. That was trash. So, you know what? I will take... a couple more Reviver Seeds. I will take a couple more apples. Go and stand by. And I will save. Wait. Actually. Oops. I cannot do that from here again. For whatever reason. It doesn't give me the normal menu. Doesn't make any sense. Fine. Did I save? I'll save again. I'm doing okay, thank you for asking. How are you doing? Tell me all about it. I implore you. I command you. Not this move again. Cool. One Reviver Seed already gone. Rosalias are nasty. I gotta kill them as quickly as possible. There's another one. Ah, Swords Dance is in the first slot. And Swords Dance. Here. So... You're frozen solid. Well, that sounds like something illegal. So many foods and naps. Oh my goodness. Frozen solid as in just... too heavy to move, or actually frozen? So yeah, we already heard about this. This time I'm not gonna trade anything with you. Oh, good job me, I just messed everything up probably just now. Well, since I'm already messing everything up, might as well over here. You adventured outside in minus 32 degrees Celsius. Why are you doing this? Why are you torturing yourself like that? At least it would be torture to me. I hope you had still a good time. And that is cold indeed. That would fall under the definition of cold, I would say. It was too beautiful outside not to torture yourself for it. I guess I understand. Some deep snow to play around in with. It's just... And there is Royson Pezen. Hello, hello. How you doing? Have you also been doing some adventures in the cold, cold outside? Working on the needlepoint art, hell yeah. How is it progressing? You went from -45 to -5, so it's not too bad. Oh, okay. But I think pretty soon there will be another cold wave coming across Europe, if I got that correct. So, it's progressing well. You have the sprites done. Hell yeah. Will we see some work in progress images pretty soon again? And where am I going? Also, by the way, the name of that Pokemon in German is Radikal. Like Carl. It's just called. It's a rat called Carl. Carl. Interesting, isn't it? If it gets 25 degrees Celsius colder than that, maybe stay inside. Maybe. Do we have anything that we should put away? A few things here, there. Dip-a-dip-dip-dip-dip. Shibba-dip-a-dip-dip-dip. Shibba-dip-a-dip-dip-dip-doo. Shibba-dip-a-dip-a-dip-a-doo-ba-doo-be-shoo-be-doo. Let's take another reviver seed, I suppose. I don't want to waste all of them, but also... yeah. And off we go. It's where CO2 goes to liquid. Oh dear. Ah! Not again. And they poisoned me and also put me to sleep. Roselius are the fucking nastiest. It's ridiculous. Not only do they have this fucking multi-hit move that kills you in one go if they get lucky. Not only do they poison you on contact. Not only can they fucking crit you also really nastily. No, also, they just put you to sleep too. It's just... my god. My god. Do do do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Oh, that's nice. Thank you for that. Fucking Celia. Let me... Actually, I don't have a good way to move. That was not a good move to do right now, Shaman. Good. We got another Roselia. With another, I mean the first one. Because we reset last time when we got a Roselia. No nickname. Roselia gets sent back. Okay. Ouch. Fourth station. Hey, good job. We established that the base in fourth station. Help! What's wrong? The explorer Sneasel getting picked on by the strange group near the fifth station's clearing. I'm not much help by myself, so please someone come with me to help. Move out. Roger, let's go. Oh no, don't tell me. We should hurry too. My god! Oh my god! Let's just go. How about we use this here? All nearby. Does this also mean the rest in the level? I don't know. Oh no, a Roselia. Miss, 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 miss. Ah, of course you still hit. Fuck you. And I don't have any reviver seeds left. I already used them all up. It's ridiculous. And all because of the Roselias. It's another one. Fuck you. No. I'm gonna try to go through this a bit more slowly to be able to properly react when the Pokemon appears in the hallway. Especially if it's a goddamn Roselia. Please don't use Earthquake. Let me just quickly see over here. My belly. Fucking Shaman, you dumb fucking goddamn Pokemon. Ah. I knew that it was risky to go through the walls and then letting everyone behind. But okay, here we go again. Can I hit? Thank you. Do do do. Do 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 do. Number one Rosalie hater, yep. That is the truth. I'm letting Relax Pro fight. Okay. Risky to let him fight alone against the Rosalia. Don't care. Just a second. Or blah blah. Older Door Fortress tile sets use the same upstairs sprite as this. It looks like it. It's strange to see it here. Maybe they stole it. Oh, yeah. Well, that actually is really bad. Because that woke up everybody just now. Shit, that was the wrong button to press. No! I wanted to go into the items. Somehow I'm still alive? Well, thanks to my Relax Bro. Yep. Go to sleep. Fuck's sake. My god. Alright. Rosalia? No. You get woken up first. Well, you don't wake up actually. That's right. Why are you already awake? Fuck you. Absolute worst. Absolute worst. Fucking Rosalia. My god. They wake up so fast, all of them actually. Okay. Maybe it actually is gonna use an earthquake, which will be hurtful for all the others. I can keep myself up with Drain Punch. This is okay. Of course, now you use Earthquake when everybody else is already dead. Energy Ball. Okay. Well, that was a mess. Somehow, I think I did not use up a single Reviver Seed? No. So it was okay. Somehow it was okay. Oh, great. designate stairs. It all makes sense. Knappy has cracked the code. Nintendo is gonna get sued. No, wait. No, Dwarf is gonna get sued. No, wait, what? Who? Now I'm actually confusing myself. Who stole what? Nice explosion again. Thank you for that. Probably missing something. I believe in you. You can find all the secrets. All the drama. All the scandals. Could also be the stairs are stairs, and they do kind of look like that. I don't know. B, C, U? B is larger than C is larger than U? Now this is getting too complicated for me. I'll leave this up to you. I'm just here to bonk Pokemon. That's all. I don't require brains for that. Well, maybe the reason why I die is because I'm not using brains. But whatever. Nice earthquake, and Xenodoom is dead. Fantastic. And I'm keeping on missing. How I absolutely love that. Memories forever seared memories. The keystrokes of building olden forts. Ah. That's why I didn't get it. Yeah, sky gifts, whatever, don't care. Nobody's gonna get a present from me. They're all mine. DJ for downstairs, or well, down jairs. Are there, you know, stairs made of jeans, jairs? A DU for upstairs. Now it's getting. Now I can't make joke with that. Dubstairs. Dubstairs, there we go. DCX for up downstairs. Now okay, now I'm giving up. Denim, cheers. Exactly. Flipping table. Ah. Says the wiki. And we all know that the wiki never lies. I'm confused. And Tina is also confused. And Tina is confused again, and relax bro too. Everybody is confused. Oh my god, Shaman, can you please stay with us? You're useless by yourself. Gene stairs, cozy. There are actually stairs like that. I've seen pictures. Oh, great, the box is gone. Fucking Roselia, I'm gonna shoot your ass. There. Get fucking sniped. I've seen footage. You'd love to have a set of stairs like that. Backside pockets here and there, randomly. Just suddenly you slip into a pocket. Totally not a tripping hazard. Do 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 do.
Wow. Wow.
Wow, wow. Now the fourth station. We're back over here. Big scandal, oh my god! Sneasel is in trouble! Oop-de-doo. Let's check the storage real quick. Ew, grimy food. We have so many apples. We can send some back. These we don't need. We have at least one reviver seed. That's okay. Bam bam. Shibby-dibby. And on we go. Do, 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 do. You're giving up? You're trying your best to just decouple two things that should no longer be together at work? But tech department deep, too entangled, not worth. Just tests anyways. No matter. Oh my goodness. A new move. Persida Doom. Firefang. Ooh, hell yeah. Let's go, Sida. Firefang. Okay, let me then rearrange Sina's moves. Don't need Ember in that case anymore. Thunderfang can also go away. And since we're in a dungeon with mostly grass types, let's just only have Firefang active. Oh, that or the department. Guild. Negative O. I see. Okay. Ah. I still believe in you, Knappy. Also, some of the work tasks that I had earlier today, my god, were they stupid. They were the fucking dumbest shit. And I wish I could tell you more about them, but you know, NDAs and shit. But that was so cringeworthy, and it just makes me question who the fuck makes those decisions. Also, never mind the fact that whatever I had to evaluate was stolen content, so that's also fun. Okay, we have some story, whatever you wanna call it.
Ow.
Are you right? We've come to help.
I knew it. Hey, you came to help. What do you think you're doing?
We are Team Frontier. Only cowards would gang up on one Pokémon. This time we're your opponents.
Oh, that sounds good. Hey, wait a minute.
Well, we're kind of outnumbering them, so should be fine. Mark. Hopefully it's not a fight where nobody of them is allowed to die either. That would kind of suck. And by kinda, I mean a lot. Alright. We have a lot of HP. One of them fell asleep, so that's good. Do they have any special moves? Okay, they have Bite. And they can buff themselves. Really nastily. Oh, this one now confused. Also good. Then I will focus on this guy. One down. Some things are just blah. Yeah. It would be nice, but blah. There are more actual important stuff to focus on. It just needs more thinking. You are good at thinking. So I believe in you. Or like less thinking, but more planning. Can I switch places with this guy? Apparently not. I have to go all the way around. And it's dead anyways, so go there. Save Sneasel!
Everyone, wait a second.
What?
Hi, you. Oh, a shaman from the village. It's been a while. We owe you. You haven't changed a bit, Carnivine. I asked you before to stop bothering the explorers. Fuck you! Haven't we?
Oh, we got a peacock. I have to say, the peacock together with the rainbow looks absolutely great. It's one of my favorite combinations with rainbow plus some kind of animal. I'm just saying. Just saying.
That Sneasel started it. We found some treasure earlier and he snatched it right out from under our noses.
There we go.
Look at me! Rainbow!
Woo! I'm talking so that my feathers stay expanded. Talking, blah, 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 blah. That's what I meant, indeed.
And he snatched it right out from under our noses. Ah, where did he go? And that he ran off in the confusion.
Huh? Really? We all thought you were the bad guys. Huh.
Well, you can't exactly say they're the good guys either. Hey, we haven't seen you in so long, Shaman, and this is how you treat us? Meh, it's fine. Since it's Shaman, we'll let it go. The decision to climb the mountain is our own, but I don't like to let Pokémon just do as they please. See you.
They have no noses. You onto something again.
Excuse me. The Carnivine have marked this as their territory. They're really nice, but they can be a little rough when they speak.
We're also to blame here. Rather than listening to them, we just jumped straight into a fight.
That's why you shouldn't just judge by appearances.
Wop wop. Sorry.
That's alright, as long as you understand. So let's put this behind us and let's get back to climbing. This is the 5th station clearing. We're halfway to the summit. Yeah.
Dooby 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 doo, bop bop bop. We keep on going. Fast forward mode again. Roselia. But that Roselia is shown with a blue text? Oh, it's the first time in this session that we got a Roselia. Oh my god. Oh, you go away. Going to jump off? Alright. Have a good one. And whatever you're gonna do, what kind of adventures you're gonna get into. See you later. Woot 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 woot. Wooty wooty. Decode, hello. How you doing? It's nice to see you here. Rainbow mode, yeah, let's go. How you like my feathers? So rainbowy. You're doing well? I'm glad to hear that. I'm doing well too. Despite me having failed a few times at this mission. but we're getting through this. This is the one. Lucky. I don't quite remember. Do I have a dedicated thing for you? Yes, I do. I have so many that I keep on losing track. And there you go. Shout out to Decode. Please give him a follow.
I'm sleeping.
Anytime. Anytime. It's always a good time over there at Decode. Lately, it's been playing a game called, what was it called again? Jazz Punk? I don't remember. Vinsanti, I feel like you have played it? Jazz Punk? Because I've seen somebody play it before. It was an acid trip, yeah. Vinsanti over here also likes to play games that are absolute acid trips. So that's why I kind of associated that game with him. Oh no, my food. Ugh. Okay. 6th station. So much as always. But you know, from here, the mountain is covered with snow. We can't really set up any more bases. So from here on, you have to climb on your own. Sorry.
No problem. We are glad that you are able to make bases up to this point. They are really great help.
Thank you. You're welcome. Oh, that's right. From here on, we're going to make a serious effort to reach the summit. See you along the path. Alright. Yes, there we go. It's an acquired taste. You don't think you played on stream though? Oh, okay. But you played it. At least I was correct in that assumption. And yeah, then I have no idea who else could have played it on stream that I watched. Oh well. And we keep on going. We're not allowed to save. Well, I am allowed to save, I think, but it would make things a bit more tedious. Oh my god, Shaman, you fucking... Alright.
You're a little guy.
You little guy. I think I have now only one reviver seed left. Yep. Well, it's pretty good that it took me that long until we required a reviver seed. So there's that. Getting lucky with the stairs. I said, and then we're getting stuck in this weird ass hallway. Alright, you. My punch is so stronger. What is this? Who are you? Decoy. Oh, okay. And Shaman, please. Why do I have to run after you? Bob, 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 bob. Transmission just came in. Ouch. Please don't kill. There we go. 1, 2, and please relax, bro. Relax, bro. Please stay with me. Oh my god. Okay, you're going the other way now. Thank you. Oh.
Oh, I can see a tunnel. We're almost to the 7th station clearing, just a little bit more. Oh, Team Frontier, sure, quick. What happened?
I don't know. It just fainted before we got here. I don't know if it's because of the cold or because he ran out of items, but I do know this is dangerous.
Oh, this isn't good at all. I'll go get the help.
Huh? Who are you going to call for help?
There's a rescue there's a rescue expert, I'm sorry, at the 8th station clearing. We don't call him for the little things, but emergencies are different. Could you please keep an eye on Sneasel, Team Frontier? We're going ahead.
I see. We're counting on you.
Let's hurry.
Yes, let's go. Dum-de-dum-de-dum. Dum-de-dum-de-dum. And more grime stuff. Ugh. Why is everybody stepping on it? All my apples. How dare you all? Seed. I don't remember having ever seen that one. Lowest level by 1 question mark? Makes more gold appear in the next floor, but also somewhat fills the Pokemon's belly. Looks like a Doom Seed, but this is one mistake you'll be very happy to make. Okay, so this one is actually fine. Makes more gold appear on the next floor. Okay. Oh my god. And there goes the other reviver seed that we had. I do have to say, Houndoom is just too squishy. Just too weak. Cannot take any hits. Sleepy time.
Wow, wow.
Oh, it's Shaman from the village. I was wondering who it was. It's been a long time. How have you been?
It's been a long time, Ampharos, but we don't have time to chat. We're in a hurry.
Oh, indeed. Did something happen?
At the 7th station clearing.
Ah, here I thought I was going to have my first guest in a long time, but it sounds like that will have to wait. I hear you. I'm on my way. The 7th station clearing, you said?
Yes,
You wait for me.
we're counting on you.
I'm here to help.
Oh, over here.
It seems as though I'm barely in time. Well, let's carry him to the 8th station clearing.
Oh, he's awake. Sneasel, are you alright? Where am I?
You fainted at the 7th station clearing. If Ampharos hadn't carried you here, things would have not gone well for you, seriously.
You did that for me?
It wasn't just me. Everyone here came to your rescue.
See. It's alright. You don't have to say anything. You should just take it easy and rest.
All of you may go on ahead through the mountain pass. I can take care of him. You were all headed to the summit, weren't you? This is the 8th station, so you're almost there. Do your best. But there's nothing to be accomplished by all of you staying here. I can handle this on my own. Go on ahead.
Are you sure?
Well, alright. We'll see you. We'll leave Sneasel in your care. Alright. Alright. Wait. Actually, no. We're gonna take more reviver seeds. Be absolutely freaking safe. Two of them. So. I can also use the dough seed. Let's try it out. It doesn't matter who eats it. Ka-ching, ka-ching. Oops, I pressed the wrong button. But at least it's a normal type, so I was able to one-hit kill it very easily. There we go, all the money. Please don't step on it. Shedinja, oh my god. I don't think that any attacks of mine can really do anything, but I can deal 1 damage. Glittery box. Okay. Ouch. One, there we go. You're so close, I can snoof it. Snoof. Where are the stairs? Losing all of my PP? Sure. And a monster house. This is exactly what I needed. Petrify first of all. And I don't really want to deal with them, but room might be up in a... And if I walk away, let's take care of them. Shall fail to work. Actually, let's do a sword stance. Shedinjas are a pain right now. Of course. Scene of Doom. Okay, let's get some PP back. Houndoom, can you attack? I need your fire attack. Hello? Are you out of moves? You are, of course you are. There we go. Oh boy, and of course the stairs are not here. Of course. Alright. You step on this, of course you do. Please. Where are the stairs? There they are, finally. We're almost to the 9th station.
Nothing seems different from the last time I was here. Oh, sorry, it's nothing. Probably just my imagination. Well, at any rate, it's only a little further onto the summit. Keep it at it.
Alright. Shit, I saved. Now I need to be... I just automatically thought that the first one is gonna be the storage. Oh boy. Now I really need to make sure that I don't fucking die. Oh. You're gonna go through this slowly. No speed ups. Okay. Heal. Yeah. This is not good. So very much not good. Is there anything I can do in order to fix this? Pulse. Oh, and pulls in all items on the floor that I don't care about. Radar, quick, petrify. Ugh. Oh my god, is this how it's gonna end? How about I can give this to Shaman? Nope, I cannot. And of course, Shaman is already under attack. Okay, we have two back. Where's my Shaman? All the way at the other end. Oh my god, Shaman is getting surrounded now. And I have no control over them. I have no items that could be helpful for Shaman. Just gonna... I can at least do this. Try to keep it alive. Some fucking how. Why are you not fighting? Okay, while you're moving, you're not getting hit. Oh my god. I'm out of healing items. If Cena Doom dies, then that's fine. It's not gonna end the mission. Shit! Because, okay, but because it was standing next to me, I was able to revive it. Oh my god. Now, where the hell are those stairs? There they are, finally. Proceed, please. That was scary. Good. Do, do, do. Do, 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 do. Don't have any super effective moves here. There we go. Good thing that I have Cena with me. Otherwise those Shedinjas would be impossible. Literally impossible. We're at the summit.
Oh, I can see the summit. This is terrible. All this happened while I was away for so long.
Looks like someone else got here first. But what is this? Is this summit?
No, this is... Icky, sticky, grimy, slimy. We love dirt and slime.
But what?
A group of grimer and muck. This isn't your home, you know that? Please go back where you belong. No, no. Lies, lies.
But I from away cleanliness.
Looks like we have to get to our senses. Everyone, I'm counting on you.
Alright. Let's not die. Shaman, you are gonna go over here. Okay. Let's do this then. What can I do actually? That would make this perhaps a little bit easier. I cannot use any orbs, so... How about a counter? There goes the Reviver Seed. For Cena Doom, that was predictable. Oh well. I became terrified, and that no, that's not good. A lot of stuff is going on. Okay, I'm terrified, so that means I can't do shit. Oh, great. Please, don't you fucking dare kill me. One is down. One is confused, that's also good. Okay, I'm still afraid. And I'm almost dead. What I'm gonna fucking do? me check. I cannot even check any HP from the others. No, Relax Bro is next to me, so he would tank the damage for me. But I don't know Relax Bro's current HP. Switching places with Shaman would be very risky. Shaman is also grass type, and they probably have poison type attacks. So Shaman would probably take a lot of damage, which Munchlax could potentially tank, but I don't know if he actually will in this particular case. If I switch places with Relax Bro, then the other two might attack me on the right. So this is just a mess through and through. I'm gonna have to switch places with Shaman. Just a normal attack. Okay, that's fine. That was actually good. Am I still afraid? No. Okay, thank God. Remember how you doing it, but you don't know how it went? Well, now it's going better. Okay, let's check on the team. How is everybody doing? Relax Bro is still fine, especially considering there's only one confused. Well, there are two Pokemon next to him, but well. Shaman is... Cinnamon is doing okay, Shaman is doing fine. No, I am actually... Do I have an Oranberry? I do not have an Oranberry left. That's right, I needed to use them all. Okay, so I have to use... my... Oops. Drain Punch in order to heal. Like the guild graduation, I remember struggling with this as a kid. Okay, we healed a little bit. That's good, that's good. Alright. 35 HP is not great. Now the Muck is also next to us. The Muck. I cannot really do anything else but to keep on attacking like this. Okay, this one's dead. I really hoped for that and it worked out. Oh boy, Munchlax or Relax Bro is low now. Man, I don't have anything to heal with. Team. 33 HP. It could still take one hit, maybe two if it's just normal attacks. But this is risky. So what I'm actually gonna do is I will try to throw this. Okay, good. Good, and one is down. Xenodome got terrified, that's less good. Now we need to focus on this guy, so that our Munchlax is not gonna get attacked. Good, alright. It's just this confused guy. Shouldn't be too much of a problem. Oh my god, Shaman. Am I terrified? Why am I terrified? Shaman is down at 1 HP. The poison is gonna kill it? Also, work just popped up. I'm gonna have to do this later. Of course, that fucker has a ranged attack. Ugh. Okay. Switch places with Shaman is, I think, the way to go. That guy up there is confused, but there cannot be another ranged attack from the guy down there. And there's the poison. The poison might kill the Shaman. I cannot access my items because I am fucking terrified for whatever reason. It's down. Fucking down! It was so close and then it's ended in such a bullshit way. Ugh. I have to go back now. All the progress is lost. Because of the achievement here. Pointed out for you. Reach the top of Sky Peak with Shaman without returning down to the village. One session. With actually... Yeah, one session. Returning... I don't know. I actually don't know what this achievement means, but I think I just need to do it in one go. I don't know. Maybe I also messed up just now and I could have just continued, could have just tried again. But it's just no good. Anyways, the plain seed of Relax Bro got taken away. Gotta put it back. A lot of cards just got lost. Fantastic. I wish I did not accidentally save it at one point. And could have just reset everything. Oh well, it's just how it is. And all of the reviver seeds that got used were for naught either. Okay, I'm gonna take the green bow. Actually, we'll put the mobiles... Wait. Oops. Ah. There. Take it. I was still in this menu. Store this. And take... a few apples. Apples are actually not that much required. Alright, orange berries. Heal seed. We're not gonna take any reviver seeds with us this time until the very end. Starter seed, stun seed. Also gonna take a violent seed with me. I don't know if I have max elixir. And also some orbs, please. Full of fear? Sure. Petrify orb. That should be fine. Okay. Then let's get Cena Doom back. Oh, she's still with us. Alright. And then we save, I suppose. I soup and pose. Okay, and there will be a short break again. Gotta take care of some work. Will be about 15 minutes. See you soon. Hey there! In this video I'm going to show and explain to you how I made this picture here of these two lions. Alright. So you probably know that most artists use references. That means that they didn't come up with their idea completely by themselves, but their work is based on something else. There is still a relatively widespread discussion going on about whether or not that is okay. Now, you already saw how long this video is, so you probably guessed already that I won't answer this question with a simple yes or no. There are a lot of factors that come into play, and it really depends on the circumstances. For the most part, I will give examples in the area of visual arts, like drawing and painting, because that's what I do. However, a lot of the aspects that are going to be explained in this video also apply to other kind of creative works. At this point, I want to add a disclaimer that this topic is fairly subjective. Rather than treating this video as absolute fact, let it be just thought and discussion inducing. So I would like to give you a definition, my own definition, of what using references as an artist means. One of the main points that I want to get across, among several others, is that technically you always use references when making something, whether you realize it or not. To explain this, I'm going to use a scale, which I call the directness scale. By the way, I suck at naming things, but oh well. So basically, how directly you are using references. It will become clearer as I place examples on the scale. The scale goes from low to high. Let's start at the high end. It would be, for example, tracing references or making copies of it. If you use references by just looking at them, for instance a photo or somebody else's artwork, objects that are placed right in front of you, 3D models, then you would be more around the center on the scale. There are many different ways to use references in that manner, but it isn't always just using Google image search. From what I have read, what most people mean by using references for making art is exactly that. You have something in front of you and you switch back and forth between looking at the reference and your artwork. Some people also include tracing and copying to that definition. I will refer to these methods as visual references, so something you actively look at. However, if you think about it, that's not a complete spectrum. Using your memory, for example, is also a way to use references. Instead of the image being right in front of you right now, the image is in your brain. That image, however, didn't come out of nowhere. For example, you attempt to draw a cat. You probably have seen many pictures, videos, and artworks of cats, and also real-life cats. All of that is stored in your memory, at varying detail, and then you recall these images when you draw. So you are referring to what you have seen in the past. The only difference is just the amount of time between you looking at the reference images and you drawing. If you have pictures of cats as references right in front of you, you still can't look at them and your drawing at the same time. Instead, you save those images that you saw just a few seconds or minutes ago in your short-term memory. If more time is in between, then you would recall them from your long-term memory. Something like that is hard to place on the scale though. It rather has its own range of directness and detail. Not only does it depend on that time gap, but also on how good your brain is at saving and recalling those images. Some people have problems remembering things, and some people have something you would call a photographic memory. So they just look at something once and then recall that image almost perfectly. A case like that would be placed much higher on the scale. It's not that different anymore from the reference being right in front of you. Also, if you make some kind of artwork, you're also referring to all the studies and practices you did in the past. You didn't figure out of nowhere how perspective, color theory, composition, anatomy, and any other kind of basics and techniques work. You spent hours or weeks or years in order to learn them. And these basics that have been taught to you are also built upon references and the discoveries of past artists. To give you an example, the first time somebody used linear perspective, the technique where you draw straight lines towards vanishing points, was in the year 1415, at least as far as we know. That is not that long ago, considering for how long humans have been making art, tracing all the way back to the first cave wall paintings, which also used nature as reference. But linear perspective didn't get discovered by some genius out of nowhere. It was based on the knowledge about geometry that already existed during that time. Everything is built upon something else. 100% originality doesn't really exist. Even if, for example, you draw some kind of fantasy creature that doesn't seem to resemble anything else seen before, its concept can still be traced back to what we humans observed from nature. Fire-spitting dragons were based on reptiles flicking their tongue. Or another theory says that they were based on early discoveries of dinosaur fossils. Let's go even lower on our scale. We now get to the area of abstract art. Something that did not use any visual references that exist in the world, or at least would appear so. For example, you could have a bunch of shapes put together so that they vaguely resemble the shape of a cat. Technically, this art form could be placed anywhere on the scale. However, its directness could be reduced to the point where the artist does not use any references in front of them and tries to completely empty their mind. Whatever that means. Even if the artist did not use references of any kind consciously, it still happens subconsciously. The shapes that they paint on the canvas could still follow an image in their mind generated by memories and emotions. The colors they use could still follow their personal preferences or what they learned about color theory. I know, we're going more and more into a philosophical discussion now. I'm not going to drift off too far though. So yeah, everything we make is based on something else. We always use references whether we realize it or not. A picture that would use no references whatsoever and is 100% original would be noise. Just pure randomness. That is something we humans cannot really achieve. It's just not how our brains work. So only something like a computer could generate an image like that. Well, then you could also argue that the random number generators of computers aren't actually random, and then we ask the question if true randomness even exists or if everything is predictable, and we talk about quantum physics in the universe, and let's not go that far. Alright, let's also ask the question of why people use visual references. Well, that can be answered very quickly. It's easier. It saves time. Not everybody has a photographic memory. Using visual references is simply a tool for making art. Almost all the old masters used live models and objects, photos, other people's artworks and nature as references. It is incredibly useful for getting much better looking results and also for study purposes. However, whether or not it is okay, that it is safe to use visual references, especially nowadays, depends on many different factors. At first, I'd like to introduce another scale. This one is even clumsier named than the previous one. I call it the quantity and transformation scale. I need to explain this. What I mean is the number of references used, how large of a portion you used of them, and how much they were changed. It goes from low to high again, but this time we'll start at the low end. That would be basically just using one reference and your artwork is mostly or completely based on that reference. So copying pretty much. Then around the center you have cases with one or several references used and they haven't been imitated completely. And then at the higher end you use many different references and use only small sections and aspects of it. For example, you could use the pose of that particular photo, the composition of that drawing, the color palette of that awesome painting you saw recently, you want to imitate the eyes of a certain cartoon character you like, and so on. In that case, the final artwork looks vastly different compared to the references that have been used. So what is the point of showing this scale? Well, using references in certain ways can be seen as plagiarism, but the higher you are on that scale, the less likely it is that you get into trouble with the original artist, the copyright holder, or the general art community. However, even if you straight up copy something, it doesn't automatically mean that you'll get shamed and sued. Again, it depends on many different factors, like for example for what purpose you made that artwork. We have another scale here, but this time we go from safer to riskier. Let's start at the safest side, which would be private use. You just made that artwork for yourself, or as a present for a close friend or family member. It's not shown publicly, only you and maybe a few other people know that this piece even exists. I would go as far as to say that this is 100% safe. Even if you copied something that was copyrighted, the copyright holder won't even know about it. And even if they knew about it, it's extremely unlikely that they would take any sort of action against you. Why would they? Next, you have making art for study and practice purposes. In this case, it might be shown publicly. You are not trying to sell or promote anything. You only try to improve your art skills and maybe just want to show off your progress. This is fairly safe. I'm not saying that it's impossible that you could get into some sort of trouble, but most people would just let you practice in peace. Then we have educational purposes. It could also be that this is even safer than making art for study purposes. It's hard to say. So that would mean you make some kind of artwork for your class or tutorial. Some reference materials have licenses that specifically say that you have permission to use them if used for educational purposes. I will explain more about different licenses right after we're done with this skill. Then on the unsafer side, we have artwork that is shown publicly, like online, in a gallery, on the street, or something like that. It also isn't supposed to be educational. In this case, it can happen that you get a takedown order, or the original artist doesn't like that their art has been copied so that you get extra views and followers, even if you don't monetize it. One of the most famous examples would be a case from 1989. It's quite a while ago, but still very well shows what could happen. 3 daycare centers in Florida had Disney characters painted on their walls. Disney then demanded that these paintings get removed, or they would go to court. Morally, that was very questionable, but legally they absolutely had the right to demand the removal of the mural that clearly showed characters that were their intellectual property. By the way, if you steal a character or idea not from a huge company, but a small independent artist and claim it as your own, then that is most definitely not okay. Then it would get even riskier if you monetize your creation. If you want to add something to your art shop, better make sure that you have the rights to include any characters or brands that were based on copyrighted references, and avoid straight up copying stuff. With that being said, however, you can still see tons of smaller artists selling prints, plushies, jewelry, cosplays, and so on that clearly depict copyrighted characters and symbols. And not all of them purchase the rights to do so. Like, just go on Etsy and type in Pokémon plushie. You'll find tons of results. Very adorable looking results, I might add. The Pokémon company probably would have the right to demand that these shop entries are taken down, but in a lot of cases, they don't. Why? There are several possible reasons. The artist and their shop might be too small to be worth the hassle. It would be bad publicity, especially if they went after a small artist. Or they might just simply have not noticed it. Again, that is even more likely if it's a small artist. I am not saying though that if you are fairly unknown and only have a small shop that you are safe. Almost nothing is certain. For example, one of my artworks got taken down from Redbubble a couple of years ago. It was a crossover of Steven Universe and Pokémon, and Cartoon Network wanted it to be removed, even though I didn't have any followers on Redbubble and didn't make any sales. I certainly learned my lesson and keep my shops free from copyrighted stuff. And if you are a largely known artist, or you make art as part of a commission or contract work for a company, then better make sure that you avoid copying and using copyrighted materials of any kind. For example, if you make pixel art sprites for a video game, you can't just make one that looks like a Pikachu. Alright, now let's see what kind of licenses there are for reference materials and also put them on a scale. But before that, I want to say that I'm not a legal expert at all. What I can give you is a short and simplified overview. I advise you to learn more about licenses and copyright on your own and get advice from actual experts. With that being said, let me introduce the next scale. Once again, it goes from safer to riskier. I'm going to start at the safer end again. The absolute safest would be references that you made and own, and they don't depict any copyrighted images at all. That could be some photos you made of your cat, a sketch that you made of the forest when you went hiking, or something like that. This is of course 100% safe, nothing to worry about at all. That also goes for things that cannot be copyrighted, like stuff from nature. Also, fairly safe are reference materials that are in the public domain, works that are so old that they were created before copyright even existed, the copyright term has expired, or the original author dedicated them to the public. As long as you don't try to sell identical copies of those, you're going to be fine. Now we get into the more complicated part. There are a lot of licenses that do allow you to use certain copyrighted materials under certain conditions. I cannot list all of them here, but some of the most well-known examples would be Fair Use and Creative Commons. In the case of fair use, some of these exceptions would be educational purposes, commentary and criticism, or parody. Creative Commons, or in short CC, actually covers 6 variations of copyright licenses. I'll quickly go through them. CC attribution means you only need to credit the original creator. That's it. Otherwise you can copy, modify and redistribute it however you want. CC attribution share alike is the same as the previous one, but you also have to put the same license on your own creation. This ensures that all derivative versions remain free. CC attribution non-derivs means that redistribution is allowed, but no modifications, and you have to give credit. And then there are non-commercial versions of all of these three. Basically the same rules apply, but you are not allowed to use it commercially. It's actually not that complicated to understand, at least in theory, but like so often there are gray zones and things might not be that clear under certain conditions. Therefore, I recommend that you learn more about this on your own, and again, if you are not sure, get the advice from a legal expert. To fill out her scale here, on the riskiest side, we have a copyright that basically doesn't have any or barely any exceptions. Or you would have to pay large sums to obtain a license. By the way, if you find an image or video on the internet and you can't find a copyright license next to it, don't automatically assume that it is free and safe to use. It might have been reposted by somebody else, without permission. That happens all the time. They sometimes even go as far as to hide the original artist's name tag, which is not cool at all. So better check beforehand and find out who the original artist is. You could, for example, use Google's search by image function and see on what other art pages it has been posted. Save me, please. That work task just now was the absolute fucking stupidest crap. It was 15 minutes of pure cringe. I am in the process of dying. I wish I could talk about it and rant the hell about it and even show you, because my god. Well, actually not show you, I want to spare you the cringe. But I want to rant about it at least. I can't! 300 pairs of hairy feet, that would be more enjoyable. That would be genuinely more enjoyable than what I have to do. By the way, it's nothing art related or anything. Which is so, by the way, if anybody wonders... So generally, the work that I do is of that kind, of one of those kinds. I'm not allowed to talk about it. And I don't want to lose access to that work. Or, I don't know, get sued or whatever. Don't know what those fucking corporations are gonna do to me. Yeah, I won't talk about it, no. I don't tell you what platforms they are, what kind of work tasks they are. I can only tell you generally, oh, it's product testing thing, or it's an AI training thing, or whatever. But that's about it. So yeah. Anyways, let's get back to this game, which is so much more enjoyable. That is kind of... I've been actually thinking about it, and this is also kind of another great reason to stream and also do these work tasks and combine them together and have those breaks, because right after I'm done with the work, I can return to something that is much more enjoyable and not so brain draining anymore. When I'm just doing it by myself, without really this kind of enjoyment, I just start to feel more and more drained, more and more tired, and just more agonized. But this is fine. I can suffer for 15 minutes at a time and then get back to you guys. I can do that. Anyways, let's get back to this. I don't think that there's anything else that I can take with me that would be particularly useful. And also we have access to the storage later on, so it's fine. Let's try this again. The upside is at least that we have gained a couple of levels. So there's that. Sleepy Roselia, it's gonna stay sleeping. I'm not gonna wake it up. Sleepy times. Come on. Shit, I hope that... oh my god, it's missed Cena Doom. Thank god. Thank god. Oh, that's right, I don't have the scarf on anymore that lets me go through walls. Well then, Dragon Breath. Nasty. Come on closer already. Well then, fine. Bah. Ouch. But at least this time it didn't throw me right in the middle of the forest. There we go. I hope that... I still have so many problems predicting how the Pokemon are gonna move. There we go. Of course. Somewhere down there. Let's see. Nope, that's a dead end. It's also a dead end. My god. This map... terrible. Alright, it's over at the upper right corner apparently. I didn't think that there is another room. There is. Oh, it's still not there. How much is there left? There, the very last corner of the map. That's where the stairs were. Good job. Anyways. It did not explode. That's nice. Keep on going. You seem new. Sky gifts. Found a bunch of them today, too. So would you accept one from me? Sure. Thank you. Iron. Ooh, that's actually good. Warm and fuzzy feeling. Well, that was nice. Friendly. You had to go show a flat to a young 18-year-old couple. Oh, I hope it went well. Pretty young for a new flat. And also pretty young to be living together in a flat. Well, I wish them good luck. Standard in Finland. Okay. I suppose it's more so that they live together as a couple at 18 years old in a flat. Just living by yourself in a flat at 18-year-old is fine, I guess. I mean, I moved in here alone when I was 18. Which is not as to say that I represent a standard or anything like that. But yeah. I do think that people are probably more independent over there in Finland than they are over here. I would not be surprised. When you moved out when we were 16. Oh yeah, I think I actually remember vaguely that you were talking about that at some point. Do. For some reason I'm not wearing the thing anymore? Okay. The thing is that people live in rural areas where people need to move away anyway. Oh, okay. And to different country at 19. You were fearless, and you are badass. Absolutely badass. Wow. You know what, since it interests me right now, are there actually official statistics? Statistics. World. Age when moving out of parents' place? I don't know how to say. Just moving out might get me what I need. Young Europeans. I would like to see it from the entire world, not just Europeans. Grown children leaving home in 15 countries. 15. Do we just have a map or something? It's only Europe, constantly. Well, fine, let's take a look at Europe, specifically. Reddit, okay, sure. And there we go, yeah. The Nordic countries definitely are the front runners in terms of leaving the parental home. It's like almost pretty much a nice gradient from top to bottom. And there's Austria. There's me. So I moved out about 6 years, no, 7 years, I cannot math. 7 years earlier than the average. And you moved out about 5 years earlier than the average. Well, this all has cultural and economic reasons, I'm pretty sure. It's not only just a representation of who is more independent, but certain family values, for example, are just have a different kind of importance in different countries. And also, well, living by yourself is not cheap. And I have no idea about housing prices, flat prices, or anything in the Nordic countries compared to other countries. So I have no data about that. I could look it up right now, but I don't want to look that much up right now. You'd imagine because there aren't that many opportunities except in bigger cities. Yeah, this is also a factor. Just simply where do people live and where do they have to move? There are like 10 universities in Finland. I don't... Considering that Finland does not have that many people, like you actually have less people than we have here in Austria. And I'm pretty sure here in Austria we have more than 10 universities. I'm actually certain about that. How many we have, I don't know. But yeah, I don't know if 10 universities is good or bad in terms of per capita statistics. I have no idea. So for that you need to move anyway, unless you're unlucky enough to get a place. Well, yeah, Finland at least is large. And so 10 universities scattered across this area. I mean, but also then most of the people live probably in the south. I have no idea. Probably for people who live more in rural areas and more in the northern parts of Finland, it probably really sucks to find any sort of university, work, whatever it is. I do not envy you. We're looking at informative maps, yes. Interesting. Here the north is different. Very much would expect that. In Austria, it is far more dense, it's far more packed together. We have several cities that have several universities. I live in Vienna, and we have several universities here, so if you live in Vienna, you don't really have to move out of your parental home in order to study. And the same goes for a lot of other cities here in Austria. If you live in a rural area, sure, that's a different story. But the majority of people live in cities here. Look at them legends, oh my goodness. And they are nicely separated by color. I think this is also a color combination that is good for colorblind people, because it goes from yellow to blue. So, If Sina would be here, then she could perhaps give us some feedback about that. Or maybe somebody else who has some kind of partial color blindness, like deuteranopia or something. I don't know. You're considered north, and you're around the center part. Oh, so you're not more like around here. Not like all the way up here. So not summertime forever days. Sina's colorblind? You learn, yes. It's not a secret. She doesn't have... She has protonopia. I don't quite remember which one of the colors she is missing in terms of her cones, but yeah, protonopia. On the bottom of the text in that map. What is data from server Turkey is bottom of the text. Eurostat 2023. I don't know what you're referring to right now. But anyway. Proto-Nubia? Oh, Knappi. You're in the light forever never area. Oh dear. Still seems wild to me to live. I mean, actually no. I live mostly just in my apartment, barely noticing anything about the light and dark that is going on outside, so for me, personally, there would be barely any difference, other than me occasionally needing to go outside to buy groceries. And, well, then, in some cases, I would need to go out in the dark to get groceries, I suppose. If I would be living up here. But that's dealable for me personally. But yeah. Central Finland. Central Finland is in the bottom of that number. This is what you mean. So Central Finland is over here, you mean? Or over here at the bottom of that text. Number, the text? Text, number? Hey Shug, how you doing? When you saw the thumbnail of, you thought we were playing Win Risk for the for Windows 3.1. Okay, yeah, maybe a little bit misleading. Yeah, we have a game over here, by the way. But I got sidetracked. I got distracted. But hey, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. It's nice to see you here. We were talking about when people on average move out of their parental home, and we found this map. I wanted to find a map that covers the entire world, but apparently there isn't. It's only Europe. Maybe I can actually Europe, not dot. What am I doing? There. Then we have the US cost of living. Wow, great. Yeah, if I remove Europe, then what is gonna come up? The US. So that's not useful. I mean, I don't know how to better search for this. We're just gonna have Europe, I suppose. I'm about to invade Finland. Yes, that's exactly what I'm doing here. I'm drawing my strategic plans. A quiz? No, we're just looking at data because we're nerds. And that would have to be a very pig map. A pig map? Oh my goodness. We do not have that big printers. Oh my god. Printer would also have to be bigger than the world to print our map. We can only afford Europe-sized printers. Please. Yeah, you have a point, Knapsur. You have a point. The average age of leaving home in Spain is 30, apparently so. And apparently pretty much all southern countries have a much larger age in that regard. So yeah, Spain is also quite large, so maybe it's also a bit more scattered in terms of population. I don't know, like how much. There would be so much more data needed in order to make really sense of every individual country for why the number is large or small. For example, this is interesting. The difference between Ireland and the UK. It's quite a large difference here. Oh, why the age is suddenly much higher over here compared to the surrounding countries? Quite interesting. Knapser likes spelling. That he does. Data needed. More data is needed. The average age of leaving home in Australia, where you are, has certainly risen in the last 30 years. Okay. Average age of leaving parental home in Australia. I'm not trusting this. CanStar? I don't know what CanStar is. It's not working. GG. University of Melbourne. That sounds more trustworthy. In fact, just over half of young men and young women still living. Yeah, I want to hear the average, not what just about half. Average. In Europe, wow, we get. I'm having. This is a fucking article about Australia. I look for an average. What do I find? The average for the EU. I just cannot escape the EU, apparently. Average. Like, can you please focus on the word average? I don't trust this AI shit. There's also something that I forgot. I wanted to hide this. I wanted to install some kind of extension to hide this AI crap. Good job, me. Reddit is also not... Well, maybe they have some kind of sources. There, yeah, or 50%. I want to have an average. I'm too... I should not spend so much time just finding this one little number. So what's the average age? Thank you for asking that question. It's complicated. Oh. Thank you. But looking this means that the consumer young adults have already moved out for movement. Considerably higher and has grown more, the numbers suggest. I give up. I give up. Alright, I'm done. Close the tabs. I'm done. Back to Pokémon. But the maximum size for a PDF is around the size of Germany, right? Well. You'd think this is the kind of data that's more interesting visualized over time than just a single year in Europe. Also true. That would be interesting. If it's just like a grayscale map, maybe it can be bigger. Maybe. Sure. Less color information that needs to be saved, I suppose. You'd like a cow map, or the pig map. We have some preferences here. What's the maximum size for a PDF? Your mom? Ha! Okay. Sorry. I want to get back to Pokemon. So that will be your answer. Also, I'm sure that your mom is probably very lovely, and I do not mean to insult her in any sort of way. Where are the stairs? I am dying. Oran berries. So many oran berries around here. Very nice. And once again, the stairs are in the very last area. Everybody is poisoned. Fantastic. Maximum size about 10 gigabytes. Well, there you go. That qualifies as pretty large. Pretty large. There's another little guy.
Oh no, that's troubling. Just before I got here, I used so many warp orbs that I don't have any more left.
Do I have one? Silverwind. That's actually a really good TM, if I remember correctly. Give warp orb? Yes, I don't have one though, and I don't have access to... Well, that sucks. Anyways, let's move on then. I would have really liked to get that TM. Oh well. Oh well, oh smell. It's a Roselia. Coming closer. Oh my god. Please. Yeah, everybody's gonna go sleep. Sleepy sleepies. Another quick one. Alright. We keep on moving and grooving. European Mom Wars 2 and 3. What? What is the first one? Am I so uneducated in history that I don't know the first big European mom war? Alright, I don't like that. And I get poisoned too. Oh, nice. Do you come with me? And I'm starving? No, I'm just... I'm not slow. Alright, there we go. And the stairs over there. Thank God it was not that big of a deal. You found the maximum printed size of a PDF. It's almost the size of Germany. There we go. Germany for scale. Dead end. All right, we're getting close. Check storage. Keep on going. This is not great. I would like Shamin to stay with us. Thank you very much. Why are they left behind? That's great. At least they're not alone, but... Sky Gift, we have found one of those. Come on, I was right next to the stairs. How dare? Well, it's not that long. But just how very rude. Ow! My goodness. Okay. Wait, Shaman just used a reviver seed? What was that? Move on. Also, now I remember that I needed to get some reviver seeds from the last time I had access to the storage. I didn't. I don't have any more chances to access the storage, so great. Good job, me. Short one, very nice. This one does not have a storage. Okay. Oh. This is what we're gonna use. It's what we have. Unless we find a reviver seed on the way, that would be nice. Probably not gonna happen though. At least this time we have a lot of orange berries. Oh, I don't like that. I like this even less. You stay with me at least. Oh no, Shaman. And you can still survive one more turn. You're running away. Shadow Sneak, oh my god. There's at least Munchlax. Hey, Munchlax, can you help out Shaman? That would be nice. We are at the stairs. Oh, goodness. And here we are at this one again. Let's hope it's gonna go better this time. Now, Shaman needs to be moved to the middle. She just cannot stay there. She will get killed. That's so very much obvious. Ah, nasty. Okay. Should I use a violent seed? Also, make sure that only Fire Fang is used. Items. Should I use this or maybe counter? Now in this particular scenario, counter is actually pretty good. I will actually use counter instead. Oh yeah, counter only works against physical attacks. That's right. Maybe I should have used the violent seed instead after all. Because that would also mean as I heal more when I use my Drain Punch. My defense is not good. Not like that. Sludge Bomb. Ah, it's attacking from afar. A Shaman. I don't have a way to block. Pew pew. Yes, use lasers. Indeed. Rainbow lasers even. Pew 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 pew. How's my team looking? Lexbro is fine. Okay. Use it once again. Keep yourself up. Good. Keep on attacking physically. No, that's not it. Okay, next turn I'm gonna use an Oran Berry to really top myself up. Ooh, that was extra nasty. I don't... Well, Machoke being next to me is actually not too bad. Because that means that he can tank a little bit. Nom nom. That one is very low apparently. I hope that those assistant Pokemon can die and it's not gonna be a problem. I really hope so. Okay, that primer at the bottom is not aligned anymore to do a ranged attack against Shaman, so that's good. How is everybody else looking right now? It's fine. Doom is not so great, but in this particular fight, it's okay if she goes down. Yeah, I know it sounds harsh, but just think strategically. I'm gonna eat this one. You tired? It's pretty late for you. Go get some sleep. Have a good night. Sleep well, Vincent Tingle. You little Pringle. Alright, and now with Drain Punch, we should get nothing because I missed. How very fantastic. Ah, this is getting dangerous. This is extremely dangerous now. Oh my god, that's right. My Relax Bro is protecting me. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Now, Relax Bro and I are low. Well, I'm gonna need to heal myself up. It's more important. Because I have 3 enemies that could potentially attack me. He has only 1. So... Okay, stop. This is what I hoped for. You should depart with some edifying message. Alright. Stay safe out there, kids. Use Gundams. Remember that, kids. Use Gundams. Vincenti said so. Alright, now we heal our Relax Bro. Our tank. Another is down. Missed, it's very good. This is not so good. Cena Doom is... Oh. Did we have a reviver seed? How did I... What? Arachne! With the raid! My goodness gracious! Oh my! Stomping down with all the Yoshis, oh my goodness. Well, hello there. And also, enjoy this. Yep. Okay. You have been playing Lighthouse the Dark Being. How has it been? How have you been enjoying this? Is it another kind of adventure game? And also in general, how are you doing? And please also give Arachne a follow. They are playing all sorts of retro games, as the name suggests. Widely mixed in terms of genres. And Arachne plays some genres that I less so dabble in. So if you don't like the games that I play, well, you probably have more luck at Arachne's side. And there you go. Also, I'm gonna snooze the ads. Because apparently they don't snooze themselves. And also they don't snooze at all because error message. Interesting. Okay. Fine. Very difficult, not many hints. Is it as difficult as Hamtaro? Ham Unite? Or is it even more difficult? Beep beep beep. Glitch mode. Hello there, Vityuri. Hope you're doing well. Nice to see you here too. You wouldn't know. A retro game that Arachne doesn't know. Oh my goodness. I know that there are many. There are so many games to explore, which is fantastic. Glitchy Bird, yes. So by the way, I have a PNG tuber and you can change what PNG tuber I have. I have 24 different versions, all different animals. So you can go crazy with that. You have the Hamtaro game for the Game Boy Color, but haven't played it yet. Well, that one is for the Game Boy Color. If you don't refer to another one for the Game Boy Color that only exists in Japanese, if I remember correctly, then it's the game that I played yesterday. Ham Hams Unite. The other ones are for the Game Boy Advance. I don't remember if there is some other Hamtaro game for another console, but yeah. Alright, let's get back to this here, shall we? I'm doing okay-ish. I still have Relax Bro tanking in case I take a hit that could potentially kill me. So I should be fine just using Drain Punch now. And I hit. Fantastic. Very good. That's the one you have. Yeah, there you go. I can tell you, it's quite enjoyable. Despite feeling like a kiddie kids game, that might have some ultra easy puzzles. It's actually... some puzzles are also kind of difficult to figure out. Surprisingly. Alright, how is it looking? Okay, only one left. Shaman is safe. I don't really have any good access to that one over there. But it doesn't really matter too much. Should go down pretty soon. Getting terrified. Well, as long as I'm not getting terrified, it's fine. There we go, we did it, finally. And there's the achievement. Well, there's one achievement, Sky Peak. You want the Sky Peak challenge? There it is, yes! We got the missable achievement. Very good, very good. So the missable... so I'm actually doing this with RetroAchievements. And there are some missable achievements. I got all of these already. This is the last one that was missing, and that... it says, reach the top of Sky Peak with Shaman without returning down to the village. In one session. So, yeah, that's what I did.
Rare. So strong. Have you come to your senses yet, Grimer, Mac?
What? Her?
Oh, Shaman. And what happened while I was away for so long? You know that this isn't your home, right? This is our home. See, it's all dirty and grimy. And dirty and grimy. I see. Nobody's come here for so long. I'm sorry, Grimer and Mark. This is the mountain summit. The summit? It can't be. I think it fell into this repair because nobody visited for so long. But we can't leave the summit in this condition. Will you please return to your rightful home? Please, I'm asking you. What? This is the summit? I didn't notice.
Yeah, totally.
Sorry, Shaman. We'll go home. Alright, thank you. I'll come visit with a token of thanks later. Bye. Okay, bye.
When does a game become retro? When Arachne plays it. There you go. There you have your definition.
Where were we? We have to clean this place up, restore it.
Restore it? It's so dirty. How could we possibly?
We Shaman have a special power to clean up the land by absorbing dirt and things. Yet cleaning up this mess is no small task. Here goes nothing. Get down, please.
Wow. Good thing that I assigned a hotkey for switching the screens. This is Summit. It's just such a change from what we were looking at before. So beautiful.
I've never seen such a beautiful scenery before.
Oh,
Congratulations on reaching the summit. This is the Sky Peak Summit.
wow, we did it.
At last, not least, we've reached the summit.
Hey everyone, look over there. Oh. Wow, amazing. Oh. I'm so glad that we climbed this mountain.
Me too.
I'm speechless. This is the first time. This must be the fabled treasure that is superior to all other treasures.
Shaman.
Thank you so much for guiding us here.
My pleasure. I had fun climbing the mountain with you all. Thank you so much. Well, we should do this again sometime.
Yes.
Seems like you really enjoyed the view from the summit. Shall we head back to the base of the mountain?
Yeah. Heading back means...
Didn't think we had about how to get back down.
You've got to go back down?
Oh. Calm down, it's fine. I'll take you all back to the base of the mountain, no problem.
Huh? How will you do that? Maybe just the same way we came back up here?
There's a special flower here called the Gracidia,
if you pronounce it that way.
It's a special flower for a shaman. How is it special, you ask?
Oh!
I just touch the flower like this, and I can change form temporarily. Forme. Oh, wow.
You're really that adorable. A shaman. Oh. Now, please, don't everybody get a crush right now, okay?
When I'm in this forme, I can fly.
You can fly? That means...
That's right. That's right. Flying is so much fun. It's not much, but this is a gift from me to you. All right, let's soar down to the base of the mountain. Hold on tight.
And so, team, also, I'm gonna snooze the ads once more. Ran out of snoozes. And so, team, the what? Which had successfully climbed to the Sky Peak summit, thanked Shaman graciously and returned to Treasure Town. And on the evening of the day they returned, there was a huge party at Spinder's Cafe. Everyone stayed up until dawn, discussing the exploration. The next day, let me catch up on chat. Glitchbird, yes. This is a lot of power to get get to just put any game into a retro genre. And it's a lot of power indeed. Somebody's gotta do it. And only Arachne can be trusted with that power.
It's late. Yesterday was so much fun. I'm kind of tired from staying up all this night. I won't be able to forget everyone's smiling faces. Hey, I've asked you this before, but exploring is so much fun, isn't it?
Nope, I hate it. No, of course.
Right. Alright, let's go have fun exploring today.
A message has arrived from the Exploration Team Federation. If you want to hear that song again, there's now a machine available for you to listen to the game music anytime. The Sky Jukebox is now available. To access the Sky Jukebox, select Other from the top menu. Use the Sky Jukebox, save your adventure and return to the top menu. There we go. We did it. And now don't save again. Alright, some item management. I probably should go gambling again too, because we have so many items in the storage. Yeah, we're slowly but surely getting full. 611 out of 640. Also, we still haven't caught a single legendary Pokémon. It takes quite a while until you get to that point, apparently. The Sky Gift. Now I assume the Sky Gift is only for online stuff. Let me actually look it up. Pokémon Mystery Dungeon. Explorers. Sky Gift. I wrote Sky twice. Whatever. There we go. Is meant for gifting if the player one of the 10 dungeons. The player can also receive can be sent to Pokemon at Wigglytuff's Guild and the player partner from Shaman Village. The Pokemon then sent the player a letter of thanks along with an item. Now, is it only online thing? What? Time to eat, to the sofa, to become couch Knapsor. Yes, do that. Which might not be a saying elsewhere. Enjoy your couch potato time. And we have switched to the next bird. Don't eat at the table? I also don't pretty much never eat at the table. My food is always on my lap. But I also eat from bowls most of the time. Or pots. Because I'm too lazy to do more dishes. So sometimes I just eat directly from the pot that I used for cooking. Eat with your mouth. My god, Knapsor. Oh you. Oh you. No, here are the ads finally. Could not delay them any further. You need table. Everybody can eat however they want. Sofa table. Got tricked. It's a table all along. Oh. This ain't Rimworld. Nope. People are actually capable of eating without a table. World looking at you? Okay. Yeah, I wanted to check if this needs to be online or not. This is can also be sent over wireless connection to another player, giving them one of the items. Will have skills and a player partner. Player's partner. Okay, let me check this out then. Also, I think I did not store the items just now because I'm very smart. It was a bee. A bee! Who would be responsible for sending Sky presents? Doesn't seem to be anybody. They wouldn't be around here. Nope. Well, I don't know. We're just gonna get rid of it then, I suppose. I'm just gonna put it in storage. Well, but since we're here, let's take a look at the jobs. New dungeon discovered. Well, we gotta take that one. Even though it's an escort mission, but oh well. Mystifying forest. What kind of jobs do I have right now? Okay. Those are pretty old dungeons that I don't care that much about. What else do we have here? In Zero Isle, we don't really... This is a bit too much. A bit too much right now. Okay, this is gonna be fine. You're not responsible for the sky gifts, right? No, you're not. Oh, okay. Do 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 do. Shoo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo. Shoo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba. Shoo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba. Shoo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-boom. There we go. Let's take out the boxes that we have collected. Alright, let's fast forward for this.
Doo-doo.
Helps awaken Pokemon? Okay. Speeds up healing. It's just for the passive healing, so Alright. Store the money. Okay, and now we go gambling. Before that, we save, however. What's it is? What is it this time? Okay, protein. I take it. I also need to remember to sell those just to give me some good money. All the grimy food shall be gone. Oh well. Let's get rid of some apples too, because we got so freaking many. Got something better. Safeguard. Okay. Frustration. Okay. I got a silver ticket, okay. Dragon Pulse. Rainy Orb. Oh well. A big one? Come on. How dare you? Not very lucky this time. It's okay though. This is also largely to just free up some space. Yeah, there we go. We got a big win. And it is Shadow Claw. Potentially good, maybe in the future. Alright, that's gonna be it for now. I'm gonna store away some stuff again. Okie dokie. Let's also check out the TMs real quick. Thief and Dragonclaw. Never mind. Okay. And save quickly again. Then we need to figure out what to do next. There's a new area, apparently. Doesn't really show up here. Oh, that's because need to accept everything. It is a place called Shimmer Hill. You can now go to Shimmer Hill. Alright. And another one. It is Midnight Forest. I can now go to Midnight Forest. Okay. Well then, let's do that. Let's go to Shimmer Hill at first. Since that one is only a 4-star, not a 5-star. And it's unfortunately an escort mission. But I'll try my best. Pathetic. It's very good that I just used a normal attack just now. Well, it had counter, but if it dies, it cannot counter, so well, I guess it didn't matter. are you so stupid? Okay, we're gonna reset in that case. I should have just kept on going forward. Probably. That's fine. We didn't lose that much time. That's the problem with those escort missions too. The client is usually at all the way at the back. So if a Pokemon approaches from behind, and it reaches the client, then we're fucked. More places, massive game. Yeah, it has a lot. Like, just looking at the achievements, I am only at 43 out of 128. I beat the main story, actually a while ago. And there are still so many achievements left for all sorts of dungeons that I have not encountered yet. It's crazy. This game still has so much more to offer, which is fantastic. Doom. Nice. Embargo. Yeah. I did like the remake for the Nintendo Switch of the first game, so I had a good feeling that I would enjoy this one. And I've heard that the Explorer series, like this one, is even better than the Rescue Team series. And I so far agree, actually. I like this game actually better than the remake for the Switch. Pokémon Rescue Team DX. Is there actually a specific level that we need to reach? Nope. Just explore. Alright then. And I have no idea how many levels this dungeon has. We're getting really lucky with the stairs, my goodness. Ouch, it was less lucky. Somebody had to step on it again. Well, at least it only halves your HP. But it's getting annoying. Oh, this is not good. Oh, God. Okay, we need to use some kind of item here. I'm gonna say... Let's make it terrified. Go away. Keep on going. 2 Pokemon, huh? Thank God, it was out of range. A Miltank. Hello, hello. Nobody has reserved a Pokemon? Or at least I think so. Let me check the redeems. Nope, there hasn't been one. So no nickname for our Miltank. Gold ribbon. Good money. Keeps going and going. Sniped ya. Seems to be the end. Deluxe box. Step on it. Proceed. There we go. Leave the dungeon. Thanks for taking me on an adventure. Please accept this. Alright. Apparently there was no achievement for that one. Actually, let me check. Well, that's fine. And before I do that, Royal Gummy. Maybe the deluxe boxes are extra special. Okay, this time I'm gonna take out a bunch of ribbons and sell them. What do we have here? A reviver seed. I want to buy those. For sure. Money, 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 money. To the bank we go. Oops. We got a lot of money. Actually, is there some kind of achievement left that requires some kind of amount of gold? Money? Gold. It's called gold. What is the currency called over here? Poké dollar, of course. Poké dollar. Okay, 50k is the highest. So we already have all the Poké dollar related achievements. Okie dokie. And we're gonna check out the jobs again. Let's take this one. And nothing from here. And we go to Midnight Forest. And Nidorino. Ugh. Probably also gonna be quite weak. So we need to be extra careful. Also, I think I heard that sometimes there are some Pokémon that tell you about a new place here in the cafe. Wait. Sealed chamber. Brine cave, okay. Don't care about this. Let's go. Big chop. Rosalia again. Ugh. Please die. Wow, that somehow killed my Houndoom. Sure, of course. Swords dance, that's fine. do not like this. A dough seed. Sure, let's use it right away. Let's make that dough. Reviver seed, very nice. Let's hope it's not gonna get wasted again. Two Rosalias. Ew. Houndoom, why are you moving forward? Great. That was very not smart of me. Houndoom is in danger again. Fantastic. Everybody's gonna step on this. Good, good. Fire blast. Ooh.
Shabba-dabba-dabba-dow.
Just drink a freaking max elixir. Come on. There we go. Uh-oh. Did it kill the enemy? The sleeve was defeated. Okay. Oh my god.
Eradicate.
And a sleeve too. Oh, for fuck's sake. Can't do it. I wasn't able to do anything there. Fucking Nidorino. And fucking ranged attack bullshit. Oh, great. I did save, I'm pretty sure, so we're gonna reset so I don't lose anything important. Just a slight annoyance. Let's get back to it. And there were so many Pokemon that joined our team and now they're gone again. So that's also not great. Everybody gets poisoned, I don't care. Well, except for Nidorino. Wait. Something popped in just now. Let me check what it is about. Okay, seems like I can do that task. Okay. I'll take a break. This task apparently only takes about 10 minutes. So yeah. We'll be right back. Hey everybody. In this video I want to talk about our hands, what kind of common injuries and disorders are there, and how to treat or even prevent them. Now, normally I do drawing tutorials for artists, but this video is going to be for everybody. For working on the computer, doing sports, playing video games, building something, sculpting, whatever it is you do, you probably need your hands a lot during your everyday life, and if you're not able to use them anymore all of a sudden, then that would suck a lot, basically. So the first one is carpal tunnel syndrome. Now, the carpal tunnel is basically right under our palm in our wrist and is surrounded by the bones of our hand and some connective tissue right here. Through the carpal tunnel are running some tendons and the median nerve, which is connected to the thumb, the index finger, the middle finger, and the thumb side of the ring finger. Not this side, only the thumb side. Now there is not that much space left to begin with in this tunnel, and when these tendons get inflamed and start to swell, then they will put pressure on this median nerve. And the swelling can happen, for example, when you're doing a lot of repetitive tasks over a long period of time. And is also a reason why carpal tunnel syndrome is called a repetitive strain injury. Other causes can be obesity, pregnancy, or other medical conditions. And now when this median nerve gets compressed, what happens is that you normally feel a tingly sensation in the fingers that I mentioned before, and also in the palm, or even numbness in them, and it can spread even further up the arm, and it can get very painful, and you can also lose your grip strength, and in further advanced cases the muscles will start to degenerate. So that's not that great. From the numbers that I have found, about 4 to 8% of the world population has carpal tunnel syndrome in some form. Now, about 1/3 of these cases will heal without any special treatment, but there are still 2/3 left, you know? And some things you can do, for example, are doing some stretches for your hands. Now, here are some stretching exercises. The first one is you just stretch up your arm and then you pull it towards you. As simple as that. You do all of these stretching exercises for 10 to 20 seconds each, and you do it about every 1 or 2 hours while you're working. Always get a break and do the stretching exercises. The next one is you curl up your hand like this, and then you simply pull it towards you, like so. Alright? Now, you do not want to overdo it. You do not want to pull too hard, but also not underdo it. You want to feel the stretch, but not pain. The next one you do by simply stretching your hand downwards and you pull it towards you again, like so. Now let's go to the thumb. You simply put your thumb in your hand, rub it with your fingers, and then you pull it down with these fingers. And you should be able to feel a stretch right here. Simply pull it down like this and hold it for the 10 or 20 seconds. To stretch the other side, you simply point up your thumb and pull it towards you. You hold it like that. You can also do this praying position where you just move your hands down as much as you can until you get your arms parallel, and then hold it like that. And you can also do it from the other side. To pull the individual fingers, what you can do is simply put your other fingers in between and then stretch them out. And then you do that for every single pair of fingers like that. I highly recommend that you do these exercises regularly, even if you do not have carpal tunnel syndrome. Another very effective thing you can do is using splints or hand braces. From the studies that I've read, it is especially recommended to use them during the night while you sleep. The difference between all-time users and night-only users is not that big, but for both of them there were significant improvements, so that means that it was especially effective during the night. And it makes sense, because while you sleep, it can very well happen that you get your hand in a very awkward position. Maybe you bend it in a very weird way, or you have a lot of pressure on one specific point, for example your wrists, depending on what your hand lays on, maybe on your other arm or your leg or something like that. And using a splint would help against it a lot. If you have carpal tunnel syndrome, you can also use anti-inflammatory drugs, and I recommend that you consult a specialist for other medicine, and in more severe cases it may be necessary to do a surgery. So next off are tendinitis and tendinosis. Now these may sound a bit complicated, but it's actually very simple. Tendons are the tissue that connects our bones with our muscles. As simple as that. And itis, well, whenever something ends with itis, then it normally means it is an inflammation of some sorts, right? So inflammation of our tendons, tendinitis. Okay, so you probably overworked your tendons by doing too much sport or working too much, and they got inflamed and they got swollen. You can reduce the swelling by using compression or using ice packs or something like that. Cold. And when the swelling is over, you can use heat pads to increase the healing process. And a side note, this heat pad is self-made. I made it myself, and is simply filled with rice. So if you do not want to buy an expensive one with some fancy material in it, you can just make it yourself. And I tailored this one, but it is not necessary to do that. But you can also just use an old sock, or maybe two. Just make sure that there aren't any holes in it, of course, otherwise it gets quite messy. And you simply fill it with rice. You can also put in some herbs, which smells very nicely when you heat it up. You make a knot and put it into the microwave for some minutes. I cannot exactly tell you for how long. It depends on how much rice there is in it, and also the settings of your microwave oven. Now, very important, tendinosis is often getting confused with tendinitis, but it is something very different and also needs a very different kind of treatment. Now, tendinosis is basically the damage of the tendon on a cellular level. It normally occurs when your body is not able to keep up with the healing process. Maybe, for example, because you're doing a lot of repetitive tasks, working a lot.
Alright, that was actually shorter than 10 minutes.
I was a bit confused because that particular task was very different from what I've worked on so far. So I needed to get used to that. But well, it wasn't too bad. It was actually quite simple. And not so freaking cringe-inducing like the other stuff. My god. Alright. Back to the game.
Ship-a-dip-a-dip-doo. Ship-dip-dip-doo. How dare you? Ship-a-dip-dip-doo. How dare you?
Blah. Kratos. Thank you, thank you. Glad to see that you're still here. And that the break does not bore you too much. He also went eating. I see, I see. What did you eat? Did you nom? What did you consume? Some happy music. What is it again? Kirby, of course. Sounds very Kirby indeed. I also want to get into Kirby games a bit more in the future. I've never really played one, except for one for a little while with my sister, but that's about it. Why did my other Pokemon decide to move forward like that? Still don't understand. Salmon gratin? Gratin in the oven. Ooh. Sounds delicious. A Wurmple. Wurple Durmple. Something just fucking attacked me from I don't know where. I need to heal. I need a Reno. Oh, over there you are, huh? Fuck. Now if that was a room-wide attack and it hit me. So if I use an orb, does it also mean that it's gonna get that guy? I need to do something here after all. So if I use this, Ladian became... There's another one even, apparently. Let's get out of here. Oh, it's a dead end. Of course it's a dead end. Of course. Let's get revenge here. George? It sounds complicated, but it's just a couple slices of salmon with some finely pulverized bread and spices on top. Yeah, it doesn't sound too complicated. Oh, those guys got frozen apparently. Uh-huh. They were not connected to the room I was in? So why are they frozen? Or are they petrified? I don't get it. Well, whatever. They're gonna get consumed. Chomp. Diddly, 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 diddly. But yeah, it doesn't have to be complicated to be delicious. And perhaps even nutritious. Oh, Messina Doom is going on an adventure. Well, it's fine. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Starving. Okay. No, since apparently I'm also... What? There are messages. What is going on here? Oh, they're sending me messages for the reward. This is gonna happen every single time when I participate in this task. They send me a message. I don't want to receive so goddamn many notifications. Oh well. But yeah, I need to change some things. If apparently some tasks that I get, some regular tasks, are only taking 10 minutes and not 15 minutes. I need to change some timers. But we'll see. Oh, where did I go? Did that just send me back or forwards, or I did not keep track of what level I was in? And also there are ads, annoying advertisements. Oh boy, can't be helped. Okay. Celia. Arch enemy. Dead end. Greedy. Bruh. How are you doing? How is it growing? Growing? Going. How's it greening? Move field. I don't like that. Can I not attack it? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. Because it's in the goddamn wall, I can't do shit against it. Do orbs affect it at least? And this is my hope now, because otherwise I'm fucked. You doing okay? I'm glad to read that. I'm doing alright too. Although I'm a bit panicky right now. Well, let's hope I can pet... Nope, did not affect it. What the hell am I supposed to do? Oh! I can escape from the dungeon. That option I have. Here's vision. Doesn't help at all. None of this helps. If I had something that would send me to the next level, would be fine. I need to escape. I actually need to fucking escape now, because there is no way. This one Pokemon fucks everything up because it's in the walls. I cannot reach it. I don't understand even. Is it because I don't have any non-physical attacks? Would special attacks work in this case? None of my Pokemon have a non-special attack. I mean, she could have this, I suppose, but this is too late to activate this now. I need to escape. Fucking sucks. But at least I'm not losing anything this way. Ah, well. Shoop dooba dooba doob. Shoop dooba dooba doob. Okay, let's get some items that will actually help me reliably survive in those kind of situations. First of all, send some stuff back. We have so many worm berries. And it did not help at all. Oh, work just came in? Question mark? Yep. Let me just do a bit more of item management and then I'll need to go to work mode again. So... one thing I want to do is... I want this scarf again. Then... I think I need more apples. Then... I have a lot of pure seeds. So in a emergency situation this is actually quite useful. So let's take this too. Don't want reviver seeds to be used. Sure, one reviver seed. And I'm actually gonna take some warp seed with me. Because if a Pokemon of mine gets lost, or is in a... Like if Nidorino, for example, gets lost or is in a very dangerous situation, I can make it eat the warp seed and just warp somewhere random. Still might be the case that wherever it warps to is still not quite safe, but it at least escapes the immediate situation. So that's the thought behind it. Also, we need more orbs. Orbs. And we also get one of these. Because, again, if everybody gets lost somehow, I can just call everybody to me. Or I get warped somewhere. So actually it's quite useful in that case. There we go. Just quickly open the boxes. Hunger seed. Ugh.
Useless.
Heal seed. Okay. Anyways. Check out the shops. Nothing interesting. Key. Opens a dungeon door. Well, we're gonna buy that. I have no idea what it's for. But I want it. Sounds special. And I'm also taking one if I can find it, escape orb with me. Just in case. Alright, let's check out the special thingy. Another protein. Thank you very much. We check out the jobs. Midnight Forest. Okay. Let's get rid of these. Nothing interesting over here. Also, isn't Midnight Forest the one that I'm currently attempting? It is. Now we have 2 missions for it, so that's nice. Makes it a little bit more worth it. Okay, so we did everything over here. This means I'm gonna take a work section. For 15 minutes. Alright.
Hey there, and welcome to my tutorial about how to draw or paint birch trees. Very beautiful trees that are especially famous for their white bark. In particular, I'm going to focus on one specific birch tree, which is the silver birch or European white birch. And in Latin it is called Betula pendula. And I just really love how it sounds, like Betula pendula. Anyways, let's start with the drawing. At first we're going to draw a very quick and simple sketch just to define the general shape. Starting with the trunk, which is normally a bit thinner and goes up straight like so. We don't have to draw too many details, however you can decide to add more if you like to. And then we drop in some random shapes. Here we can also make it kind of melty looking to indicate the hanging twigs and leaves. The size varies a lot and they can hang over each other. They can be smaller ones. Normally the width is shorter than the height, and the distance between the ground and the bottom of the foliage can be a bit shorter, but it can also be quite tall. There is a lot of variation even for just this one specific birch tree. It also depends on its surroundings, if there are a lot of other trees close by or it just stands alone. And here is a sketch that I prepared beforehand just to make sure that I have something better looking. What I'm going to do next is already put down some paint. The sketching is for the most part over, and this paint won't be erased. Therefore, I'm already using one that has a lot of texture to it. I apply only very little pressure and make it very jittery looking, and also let it kind of have these melting down, these drooping down shapes. In particular, what we're sketching out are the leaf clusters. Now, what is that? The leaves are not distributed evenly, but they are grouped together, carried by the individual branches, and therefore we have these so-called clusters that I'm going to kind of sketch in here. The size of these clusters can vary a lot, and they can be small and very large ones. And also the shape should be at least somewhat contained. With that I mean it doesn't like go all the way super crazy and stringy or something like that. We leave some space in between those clusters, which can also vary a lot. And the sketch that we drew beforehand is just more of a guideline, but we can easily draw outside of it or leave some gaps in between. You're probably noticing that I'm using a very dark and greenish color. In general, it is highly recommended that you either start with the darkest or the brightest color. It might also depend on the tool that you are using. As for watercolors, colored pencils, or pastel chalks, the darker colors are normally more dominant. Whereas for oil paints, for example, it is possible to start with the darker color and then make the brighter color stick to it. And of course, if you're using digital media, then it is completely up to you. I personally like to start with the darkest color because it is easier for me to get the shapes right and also the overall brightness. However, if you want or have to use the bright color, then this tutorial can still be useful for you. Well, at least I hope so. You just have to revert some orders, and it's not too complicated, so I know you can do it. And so let me switch to the version that I have already prepared, and it looks much nicer. In general, for this tutorial I have the steps already prepared beforehand, and in between these I'm showing to you how it is done and explain everything to you. Also, I'm limiting myself to only one layer for the leaves in order to imitate the feel of traditional methods. This way I can make sure that my techniques are not only useful for those that are using digital media, but for everybody. And now when we look at the sketch here, you can see I left here and there some bigger gaps brought in some variation, a lot of small but also big shapes, so there's a lot going on here. Next up, we want to drop in a lot of color, but at first we have to know where the light comes from. In our case, we want to have it from the upper left and slightly from the front. Therefore, the bottom right and the back part will be the darkest. And the tool that I'm using now kind of imitates very well the leaf shapes. It has a lot of dots that I can paint in. And the movement that we want to use for the most part is like these slight strokes. You can make the brush even finer and have these individual, almost like strands of leaves. However, we want to have some variation as for the direction. You can also bring in some curves, and we don't only want to use that. You can also make here and there some circular moves or some tapping in order to bring in more texture and variation to your painting. And so I'm just filling out these shapes. Also additionally, this brush is very light and is able to mix colors that is already existing on the layer. Therefore, I'm getting even closer to the feel of traditional media. And yeah, I'm just filling these shapes out, and in general we want to still leave out the brightest areas. If we get closer to them, then the density of this darker color will get lower and lower until we just straight up skip the ones that are on the very left and upper side. When you paint, make sure that your strokes aren't getting too long, because we don't want to paint a willow tree after all. It is just a birch tree, and don't forget to bring in some variation here and there. That space in between those leaf clusters that we sketched out, like here, will also be filled in, partially or completely. It is up to you. The tree is not one solid shape, but has some irregularities and also some holes where it can look through. But still make sure that you have some leaf cluster shapes be visible. And the amount of how much the leaves are hanging down, or just are more of like randomly orientated, is also for the most part up to you. I personally like it a lot when they're hanging down like that. It makes it kind of more romantic looking in a way, if you could say that. But this is just personal preference, of course. Now what we also want to do is we want to plan in some holes for the front layer of the leaves. Now what do I mean with that? Well, you can imagine that the leaves are structured basically into two layers, the back part and the front part, so the leaves that are further away and closer to the viewer. The front part will be brighter than the back part especially will be quite dark. And therefore, if we have some holes in the front layer, there will be basically only dark color in that general area. This means there will be no additional paint or barely any paint in the later stages. And we have to make sure that we get enough paint already in these areas. For example, here, I want to maybe decide that here and maybe a little bit over here, there will be some holes in the front layer. We will see the back part of the tree. And so I want to get the density already right. And so at the end, it will look something like this. The foliage of a birch tree is normally not that dense, and therefore you can leave some more gaps and don't have to go that crazy with the density of your paint. Now we want to pick out the next color. And actually, let me talk about the palette for a bit. If we take a closer look, you can see I have a dark green, which moves more and more to a brighter yellowish green. This color variety in your painting makes it more interesting and also can define the mood of your painting. With some yellow for the brighter areas, we can make the tree much more warmer looking, like it's standing outside in the warm sun rays. But of course, what colors and how many different colors you're using is completely up to you. And what we want to do here is just basically fill out most of the rest that we left out, and also define where the light hits these clusters, so more on the upper left. But don't just exactly follow it, because these leaf clusters aren't like perfect shapes. There are a lot of irregularities in them, and so we drop in here and there some random spots that are also brighter. And this is how my prepared version looks like. And you can see at the border here, it's still kind of looking scarce, but this will change later on. So let's go ahead and use the next color and drop in more areas. And you can just go ahead and don't follow exactly the shapes that you've defined beforehand, but also just straight up paint into the white or the background. It is completely up to you. And also, as you get closer and closer to the brighter areas, if you're painting more in the center, you want to have more and more finer details. You just lightly paint into it and don't just like straight up make some blotches, otherwise it would look kind of out of place. And especially for the brighter colors, we more and more want to avoid the holes that we have defined beforehand. And there we go, you can see I left out this area and a little bit over here too, and added more density up here at the top. In general, the top and the core of the tree will be the most dense areas, and while here on the side there are more gaps and less dense color. And so here we have the brightest color now, and I'm making very fine details. And another thing you can do, which also goes for the previous steps, is you can add here and there some extra little details, some floating little leaves. And it doesn't matter too much, you can make them completely disconnected, as long as they're not flying all the way in space. And just, that doesn't make any sense, of course. But you can go crazy a little bit, and it does also apply for like in between these areas. You can just like, oh, here's a little bit of extra, and here, and just make it more random, add more little details, and this brings more variety and more interesting looks to your tree. In general, we want to have a lot of this bright color up here and paint very lightly here at the center. And down here, we're just basically leaving out the brightest color altogether. Also go ahead and just make some little taps here at the border. Just some very light taps, which then indicate some extra leaves that are just hanging around. And so in the end, it can look something like this. Well, another thing, which is not necessary, but I personally like to do a lot, is I have this brush here, which drops in a lot of little leaf shapes that are quite solid. I'm using the brightest color and just basically limit myself to the brightest area that we already have painted. And this doesn't stick out too much, but just rather adds in some little sparkles in a way. Some little details to the brightest area. You can also pick out the second brightest color and go one step closer to the darker areas. And this way can make it more magical and sparkly looking, which I personally like a lot. You can also go ahead and drop in some of these leaves here at the border, just make them float around. And this is the final version of the foliage.
Meow. Yum yum meow.
Hoko wanted some attention. Oh well. So next up we want to finally paint in the wood part of the tree, the trunk and the branches and everything. For that we're going to use a medium dark gray and just use a very solid brush. And go ahead and brush in right here, put a lot of color down and make it very dense and solid. And as we get close to the leaves, we want to have this brush here again and just very lightly make some slight strokes right into the leaves, very lightly, and let the trunk fade out. You can partially paint over some little details if they're just completely in the way, but for the most part we want to retain the shape of the leaves and these clusters. And then it just grows up in here. It can have some slight curvature, but normally it doesn't warp too much. And this trunk here will be designated as our main base of operation, as you could say. And so we have bigger branches growing out of it and carry all of these leaf clusters. And what we want to do is we want to decide already which group of leaf clusters is carried by which branch. So for example, here at first I'm gonna drop in the trunk again and then have a branch that curves towards this group here. There will be some smaller branches growing out of it and also some very fine ones here at the border, but only a few. We don't want to overdo it because they are going to be hidden underneath the leaves for the most part anyways. And this is generally how you do it. You decide over which parts you're going to paint over and which parts are going to remain, and then just make these fade outs. I'm not going to do this right now, but we have a prepared version that we can take a look at. It is kind of nice to have these holes in the front layer of the leaves because then you can very clearly see the branches and the trunk. As for the shape of the branches, they're not getting too warpy, but still bring in some curvature, and also make them always progressively thinner and thinner. This means you don't just go ahead and have a small branch, like a small twig, growing out of the trunk of the big trunk. This wouldn't make any sense for this kind of tree. And as for the number of branches, now this is a very reduced version, and in reality there are hundreds and hundreds of branches. When you draw or paint all of these little details, not only is this very time consuming, but you overload your painting very quickly by doing that. It takes a lot of effort in order to make it somewhat look good, and it only makes sense for something like ultra realism style. However, here I'm just doing something like semi-realism, and you could reduce it even more to like some sort of comic style. Therefore, my advice is just make sure that everything is held together. When you get to a number of branches where you think, yeah, for the most part, it looks alright, there are not too many leaves and leaf clusters floating around, then that's about the time where you simply stop. Of course, there can be here and there some little details that are not connected by branches, but it doesn't matter too much. It really is totally fine. There are some other options too, as for when to add the wood part of the tree. You could even start with that and then add the leaves. Or you can paint at first the back part of the leaves, then the wood part, and then the front layer of the leaves. First of all, if you're using traditional media, some of these options might be impossible even, or just very difficult. And all of these have their pros and cons. Here in this case, for example, I was able to paint the leaves and these clusters very freely however I wanted, but then had to adjust the branches to them. I had to connect everything and I wasn't able to just go crazy with those. However, if you start with the branches, then you can do whatever you want at that stage, and then have to adjust the leaves to them. So it just simply comes down to personal preference. So next up we want to add more values to the trunk and the branches. So I'm using here this light gray. Also make sure that you leave.
And I'm back. That task was bearable. Wasn't that big of a deal. Alright. Speaking of, I'm gonna drink a little bit. Alright. So we are prepared. Yes, yes, yes. Let's go. Zoom. And this time, I'm gonna get it. Do this right. Did I save? I actually don't know if I saved. Let's hope that it's not gonna matter. I don't want you to run away, please, thank you. Whoa, whoa. Munchlax just got yeeted out of the way. Alright. Oh my god, this attack too. Let's heal the Nidorino. My goodness, are you annoying? And everything misses. Still not that. Oh my god. That Ledian. That Ledian. Ember can apparently also attack around corners, which is pretty nice. Or not? Can you not attack? Oh, there we go. Why are you not attacking sometimes? A reviver seat. Nice. Sure-ba-dub-dub-doo. See the doob. Oh yeah, I think I haven't... Yeah, I haven't equipped it yet. There we go. And how about I give that to Cena? Why not? Not you! Don't run in front of it. Let's take it slowly. Get eradicate again. Ratus. Oh. Alright, now we're here.
Wow.
Shit. How are you doing right now? It's a very tiny and weak Pokemon. Can you deal with it? There we go, thank you. Right, somewhere around here there's a Pokemon that we need to help. Oh my god. Where? Where is it even? There? How very annoying. Give you. Wait, what? Oh, I equipped the wrong thing. I'm very smart. No. Yes. Okay. Items. Mobile scarf. That's the one I want. Items. You give Lexbro. Oh my god. You kidding me? Okay, this is one of those cases where I'm gonna use... Where is it? Warp Seed. Eat. You. But somewhere else, please. Seem to be fine. And there we go. Warp seeds can actually be quite useful for those kind of missions. Oh, we have found something that requires a key. We have a key. What is this? Red silk. Red silk. Fire type specific item. Info. For fire-type Pokemon, slightly boost special attack and special defense for fire Pokemon. Ooh. Ooh. So can you please move? Hello? Before we keep on going over here, and then apparently Munchlax is just stuck here. Because the AI is very intelligent. There we go. Don't use that attack. How dare. Of course, something is right behind me now. Oranberry. Quick, and please hit it. Yes, thank you. Oh boy. scaring me left and right. Just get out of here. Do 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 do. And do 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 do. Bow bow bow. Bow. Wow. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Would you dare use your fucking room-wide attack? Do 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 do. And do 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 do. Oop! I see you over there. And you again. You fucked everything up last time. But not this time. Suck it. How much longer is this? You're hungry. Another apple. Alright, well, that makes it a bit quicker. I'm fine with that. Last room is, of course, in the corner. Rotom. Not this attack. Come on, die! There we go. Getting dizzy. think I don't have any apples left anymore. I don't. That is a little bit of a problem. I have grimy food. What happens if I eat this? Somewhat filled. Yeah, actually fine-ish. $20 and still not over. Ouch, ouch. Sure, I can shoot things too. Step back too, huh? $22, still not done. Ouch. Relax, bro. Can you do something? Okay. Is he out of moves, maybe? Yeah, okay. I'm also out of moves. So that's not great. Well, I can still throw things, I suppose. Please end already. How much longer is this dungeon? I shouldn't move through the walls, it just makes me hungrier. Need to be fucking careful. Let's move back. Great. I'm dead end, and it's such a long way back. Alright, this is a case where this makes sense. There, it would have taken me forever to get there. Pitfall trap? Yes, let's take that. Oh, there's the end, thank God. We did it! That one had an achievement. Okay. Hyper rank. Let's go. 800. Nice. Joy seed. Okay, I think that's where I'm gonna call it for today. It's getting slowly but surely a bit late. I want to eat dinner. I want to consume. But yeah, we have done a bit of progress. I've done a bit of work. I'm going pretty well. So then, let's see. Okay. I have two. Sorry. I have two potential targets. I'm gonna choose the one that I haven't raided in a while. Oh, and it's her birthday. Well, that's perfect. That's absolutely perfect. So, we're gonna raid Diet Elf. Apparently there are not that many people left here. Well, alright. It's her birthday, she's currently drawing some stuff. It's a fun time over there, she's very silly. It's a good time. And yeah, thank you for hanging out with me. I mean, not that many people are left here. I guess because it's getting late. But it was fun. We got some stuff done. Alright then. That's it for me. Have a good one.